Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the Dictionary. How is he still going with this podcast? He will never end. We hope. We hope it never ends. It's gonna end, though. Don't worry about that. In some way, it will end. Okay, the first word in this episode is delta. D-E-L-T-A. First form, noun from the 13th century. We have a few delta words here. Number 1, the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet. And it says to see the alphabet table. Alpha, beta, I think, is gamma the third one? Alpha, beta, gamma, delta. That doesn't match with the English alphabet. I should know the whole Greek alphabet, but I don't. Okay, moving on. Should we post a picture of the delta, what it looks like? I don't know, maybe. Number 2, something shaped like a capital Greek delta, especially the alluvial deposit at the mouth of a river. That's shaped like a capital Greek delta? Okay, now we definitely need to post a picture of the mouth of a river, which I did know that was called a delta, like at the end of the Mississippi River going into the what is it? Oh boy, my old time brain needs to come back and help me. Oh my God, what is that area called? Anyway, at the end of the Mississippi River, it's sort of at the end of most rivers, it sort of spreads out. And it goes into the sea, it goes into the ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, that's what it's called. And that's a delta, where it feeds into a larger body of water. But I guess it looks like a capital Greek delta. Who knew? Number 3, an increment of a variable, and the synonym is not the synonym, the symbol is the shape of the delta symbol. It is the delta symbol, which is basically a triangle with the pointy part on top. And yes, the delta of the mouth of a river, it's smaller on the one end, and then it spreads out into the bigger body of water, so that's kind of triangle shaped. Yeah. I don't know. I guess in math, maybe like statistics or trigonometry or the other one that I never learned, I guess they use this symbol to show an increment of a variable. Number 4, the synonym is delta wave, and we're going to get to that in a bit, just a bit. Deltaic is an adjective. By the way, the other math that I did not study was calculus. That's not in my brain at all. Maybe I should study that. It is sound effect time to designate the end of one word and the beginning of the next word, and we're going to do, let's see, is there anything here we're going to go, hoo-ah! The second form of delta, adjective from circa 1929, fourth in position in the structure of an organic molecule from a particular group or atom. So it's fourth. They call it delta because it's fourth, because delta is the fourth letter in the Greek alphabet. There is a symbol for this, and it looks like a very fancy S. And I don't know if that's the lowercase delta, because I think the capital delta is the triangle, but why? I don't know. We'll have to maybe see what symbol this is and why it is what it is. Hooah! Next is delta, capital D, 1952, a communications code word for the letter D. So yes, the people, there's a lot of people use this these days, but mostly, people on the planes, the pilots, and the people in the towers, when they're saying the letters, because a lot of the letters sound the same, they rhyme, and so they're hard to hear over the radios. They use unique words for each letter, so it's very easy to figure out what the letters are. So what is it? Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and it goes on from there. The next word is delta ray. 2 words, noun from 1908. An electron ejected by an ionizing particle in its passage through matter. An electron ejected by an ionizing particle. So it's just passing through matter, minding its own time, and then it is ejected. It's an electron, and it's ejected. So it's a delta ray. And I don't know why they call it a delta ray, but they do. Hoo-ah. Next is delta wave. 2 words, noun from 1936. A high amplitude electrical rhythm of the brain, with a frequency of less than 4 cycles per second that occurs especially in slow wave sleep, in infancy, and in many deceased conditions of the brain. No, not deceased, diseased conditions of the brain. Called also delta or delta rhythm. So I don't fully understand, is it the whole brain that's doing this? What part of the brain is doing this? I don't know. I'm a little confused at kind of the basics of this, but essentially, this electrical rhythm that is being produced by the brain, it's high amplitude. So I guess that means it's very strong, but there's only 4 cycles or less per second. So that seems like not a lot. And I guess, it makes sense if in sleeping, infants, disease conditions, it's not, things aren't running so quickly or as well. So that makes sense. It's a kind of a slow wave, but probably when you're awake, it's going to be a more quick, fast wave. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but it makes sense to me. Next word. Hoorah! Delta wing. 2 words, noun from 1946. A triangular swept back airplane wing with a usually straight trailing edge. And it's called a delta wing, well, because it's a wing, but also it's shaped like the Greek symbol for delta, the triangle, because it's a triangular swept back airplane wing. And I think we'll have to post a picture of one of those too. That's what that one is. The next word is deltoid. First form, noun from circa 1681. A large, see here it is again, a large triangular muscle that covers the shoulder joint and serves to raise the arm laterally. So I think this is the one that goes between the neck and the shoulder. So if you see people that have that really big muscle that's sort of at a 45-degree angle or so, or maybe it's kind of rounded between the neck and the shoulder, that space there, those are the deltoids. Or you might say the delts if you're cool like that. And if you raise your arm up to the side, that muscle is helping with that. Maybe I need to work on mine. Yeah, it's from the Greek deltoides, because it is shaped like the delta, the triangle. I never knew that. I do now. The next word. Hooah! Hooah! I'm working on my deltoids. The second form of deltoid is an adjective from circa 1753. 1. Having a triangular shape, as in a deltoid leaf. And it says to see the leaf illustration. Ooh, can't wait to see all the different leaf shapes. Number 2, people can have a deltoid shape. They can be, I was about to say they can be leaf shaped. No, but they can. They can be triangularly shaped. Number 2, relating to, associated with, or supplying the deltoid. That must be the muscle. So if it relates to the deltoid muscle, if it's associated with the deltoid muscle, if it's going out on a date with the deltoid muscle, Or if it's supplying the deltoid muscle in some way, it's deltoid. Next word. Hurrah! Deltoides. No, this one is deltoideus. 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 And the plural is deltoidei. 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 Noun from circa 1860, and the synonym is just deltoid. The next word is delude. Delude. This is a transitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To mislead the mind or judgment of, and the synonyms are deceive and trick. You are misleading my mind when you delude me. Number 2 is obsolete. 2a. It's so obsolete there's no definition. No. There's 2a and 2b. They're both obsolete. 2a synonyms are frustrate and disappoint. I am so frustrated when you delude me. You have disappointed me. 2b synonyms are evade and elude. Elude, delude. I guess that's how it evolved. A synonym for all of it is the word deceive. Deluder is a noun. And yeah, we already did deceive a while ago. Don't be deluding or deceiving people. That's so mean. This is from the Latin deludere, which is from de plus ludere, which means to play. So I guess what it's saying is if you're deluding people, deceiving them, tricking them, you're just playing. Oh, I'm just playing. Don't worry about it. It's just a trick. And then there's more at the word ludicrous. So I guess ludicrous also comes from the verb to play. How ludicrous. Hooah! The next word is deluge. You can say this a few ways. Deluge. Deluge. This one is not so normal. You emphasize the second syllable. Deluge. I don't know why that's not normal. Deluge. And then also deluge. Lots of ways. Noun from the 14th century. Number 1a. An overflowing of the land by water. Now, wait a minute. An overflowing of the land by water. I think what it's saying is the land is being overflowed by water. The water is going onto the land, and maybe it's from a big wave or something, a tsunami. But just the way they word it is weird. An overflowing of the land by water. I don't know. It's worded dumb to me. 1b, a drenching rain. Yeah, that's the other way the land can be overflowed, flooded. Lots and lots of rain. 2, right now, as I'm recording this, I don't know what it's called, but the hurricane is coming up on the west coast of Florida. And so everybody is evacuating, and I hope everybody is safe. Number 2, an overwhelming amount or number, as in, received a deluge of offers. So many offers, we are overflowing with them. This is from the Latin diluere, which means to wash away, from dis plus lavere, which means to wash, and there's more at the word lie, L-Y-E. The next word. It is the second form of deluge. And yeah, I guess deluge is the best way to say it. Transitive verb from 1593. Number 1, to overflow with water. And the synonym is inundate. Number 2, the synonyms are overwhelm and swamp. Maybe if you take a shower and all of the water falling on you, you are being deluged by a nice stream of water. There is one more word for this episode. It is delusion. 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 Noun from the 15th century. 1. The act of deluding. The state of being deluded. And of course, that is the deceiving and the tricking. 2a, something that is falsely or delusively believed or propagated. 2b, a persistent false psychotic belief regarding the self or persons or objects outside the self that is maintained despite indisputable evidence to the contrary. That was a lot. Also, the abnormal state marked by such beliefs. So what are the beliefs? You believe, so these are false psychotic beliefs. That means they are not true, and if somebody has these, they would be called psychotic according to people. And the beliefs are that yourself or persons or objects outside of yourself that is maintained despite indisputable evidence to... Wait, what? Maybe I'm having a delusion of what this definition says. The persistent false psychotic belief regarding the self or persons or objects outside the self. Okay, so those are the three. That is maintained despite indisputable evidence to the contrary. So it's just any belief that's fake, that's wrong, about yourself, about other people, or about objects that are not a part of yourself, but all of the evidence say that you are wrong, but you still believe those things. That is a delusion. Okay, we got there. Delusional is an adjective. Delusionary is an adjective. And here's our favorite time of synonyms. Delusion, illusion, hallucination, and mirage mean something that is believed to be true or real, but that is actually false or unreal. That is what we're talking about. Delusion implies an inability to distinguish between what is real and what only seems to be real, often as the result of a disordered state of mind, as in delusions of persecution. I don't think this is just me. I am not in a delusional state, I don't think. I have not been called psychotic. But do you ever get worried that you're sitting at a red light and do you get worried that when you see it turn green, that's just all in your mind and you go, but it's actually red? I feel like I can't be the only one who has this thought. I don't believe it's ever been true, but I just get worried. Like, how are you going to know? You're not going to know if you are having a delusion. Illusion, I-L-L, implies a false ascribing of reality based on what one sees or imagines, as in an illusion of safety. It's false. Hallucination, H-A-L-L, implies impressions that are the product of disordered senses as because of mental illness or drugs, as in suffered from terrifying hallucinations. The hallucinations may also not be terrifying, but that's just the example that they gave. Mirage, in its extended sense, applies to an illusory vision, dream, hope, or aim, as in claimed a balanced budget is a mirage. It's not possible, it's not real, it's vision, dream, hope, or aim. Okay, those were all the words. We got to pick a word of the episode. So we had delta, 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 delta ray, delta wave, delta wing, deltoid, deltoid, deltoideus, delude, deluge, or deluge, deluge, delusion. What are we going to pick today? Let's see. Oh, I think delta waves are fascinating. I don't know all of that stuff, but I think it's interesting. Maybe we'll have to put a link in the show notes for that. Let's see. The deltoids are good muscles to work on. You should work on all your muscles. Make sure they're equal. You work on them equally. You're not working on something too much or something not enough. Delusion is a fascinating word. There's a lot of stuff going on there. I don't know if I want to pick that, though. Maybe we'll just pick delta wave as the word of the episode because it's something really interesting about the brain. And I feel like meditation, if you meditate, maybe you get into this more delta wave state. I think I've heard that. So, yeah, let's learn more about that. Get your brain in the delta wave place. Yeah. Did I sing a song yesterday about the word of the episode, which was something that I can't remember at the moment? What did I pick? Oh, Dell. Dell. Yeah, I think I sang a song. Oh, good. Oh, I was so worried. All right. That is going to be the end of this episode. I very much appreciate you turning on this podcast and listening, and I sure hope that you go share it. Share it all over the place. What have you got? Do you have social media? You can share it there, all the different social medias. Do you have email? You can email it to the people you know. Do you talk to people in person? You can tell them about it. Do you call people? Tell them about it on your next phone call. Do you work with people? Do you have meetings? You should say, before we start this meeting, I would like to tell you about this wonderful podcast that I've been listening to. It's so fantastic. Do you have your own podcast? If you do you want to be on this show? Maybe we can swap guest spots. Anyway, go tell people about this show on your show. That would be great. And then I will tell people about your show on this show. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to... What is this show called? It's called The Dictionary. Okay, so we got to say all the things. Social media, at dictionarypod. Go over there. Instagram, Twitter, also Facebook. Go check out the things that I post if you want to see what they look like, because you can't find it any other way. Email is dictionarypod@gmail.com. Send me an email to say hi. There's a Patreon which you can join for as little as $1 a month. That's American dollars. I don't know what it is in other things. There's a Google Voice number if you want to call and leave a voicemail just to say whatever you want to say. I think the number is 917-727-5757. If you love this show so much you want to put things on your body to show how much you love it, then you can go buy some merchandise, which is in the TeePublic store. Link is in the show notes. Share this show. Subscribe to this show. Write and review this show. All right, that is enough of that nonsense. It's a requirement. It's podcaster law to say those things. The police will come after me. The first word in this episode is delusive. Delusive with an S or a Z sound. Delusive. Adjective from 1605. 1. Likely to delude. In high school, I was voted most likely to delude, as in delusive promises. So it seems like those are promises that will never come to fruition. Not the best kinds of promises. Number 2, constituting a delusion, as in delusive beliefs. Delusively is an adverb, and delusiveness is a noun. Hi-ya. I don't know. I was thinking about the cha-cha-cha again, but I already did that just a few days ago, I think so. No cha-cha-cha for you today. It's a good old hi-ya. Delusory. Adjective from the 15th century. This is the next word. Synonyms are deceptive and delusive. Deceptive, delusive, it's all just delusory. Hiya. The next word is deluster. Deluster. Transitive verb from 1926. To reduce the sheen of. The Martin Sheen? No, just the sheen. To reduce the sheen of Charlie Sheen? No. To reduce the sheen of as yarn or fabric. Deluster. It has a luster. That's why it's shiny. The sheen is a luster, so how do you get rid of it? Is there a spray? Do people do this for yarn if they don't want it to be shiny and lustrous? And how do you do this? Why don't you want it to be shiny? That's what it was made like. The next word. Hiya. Deluxe. The first syllable is deluxe or deluxe. You could also say, what is this? Deluxe? Deluxe, and maybe some other version of that. Deluxe, deluxe, and I can't think of any other way to say that vowel. Deluxe. Foot. Deluxe. Deluxe. Maybe that's it. Deluxe. Like Looks. But this is spelled Deluxe. Adjective from 1819. Notably luxurious, elegant, or expensive, as in a deluxe edition. This, maybe we should make a deluxe version of this podcast. I don't even know what that would be. I guess it's just the Patreon. That's the deluxe edition of a thing. It's where you get all your bonus stuff. Also as in deluxe hotels. They are luxurious and elegant and expensive. You got to pay for the luxuriousness. DVDs, Blu-rays, I would always want to get the deluxe edition because it had all the extra stuff. This is French. De luxe or luxe. It's two words. De is its own word. And that literally means of luxury. Of luxury. That's where it's coming from. Over from the luxury land. The next word. Hiya. Delve. Delve. First form. Verb from before the 12th century. This one goes before the 12th century? Delve. Oh, so I think of like, let's delve into that. Nope. Well, kind of. The first, the transitive definition is archaic, and the synonym is just excavate. So yeah, you're getting all up in the thing, checking it out. But the intransitive has more. Number 1, to dig or labor with or as if with a spade. It's the tool to do some gardening, you put it in there, and you're delving into the dirt. 2a, to make a careful or detailed search for information, as in delved into the past. And what ghost skeletons did you find in your past? 2b, to examine a subject in detail, as in the book delves into the latest research. Delver is a noun. This is from Old English delphon, which is akin to the Old High German telban, which means to dig. So yeah, this is the more of the excavating and the working with a spade. People have been doing that for generations and thousands of years. So yeah, that's I guess it's not that surprising that this word is as old as it is. Hiya! The second form of delve. Noun from the 14th century. It is archaic, and the synonyms are cave and hollow. Maybe the cave was excavated, but it was maybe a natural cave, and then you'd go check it out. That's all you do with the caves. That's a noun. So they called a cave or a hollow a delve. I'm not going to say interesting because I say that a lot. Hiya! The next word is an abbreviation, DELY. It's an abbreviation for the word delivery. Hiya! The next word is DEM, abbreviation for demonstrative or demonstrative, whichever way you want to say that word. And we are just going to have to wait a little bit longer to get there because it's probably depends on the context, is what I feel like. Because I think they're spelled the same way, aren't they? Where's it? Demonstrative, demonstrative. I feel like they're two very different things. The next word, hi-ya. Dem, again, this has a capital D, noun from 1875. The synonym is the number 2 definition for the word Democrat. Democrat, we're going to get to that in a few, 4 episodes after today, after this one. And that one is supposed to have a guest on. So I think that's going to be a fun episode. Number 2 for Democrat. So pay very close attention to the number 2 definition. That's a capital D, dem. Next word. Hi-ya. Demagnetize. And I think we had a word, was it degauss? Maybe it was degauss. And that was about demagnetizing a thing. Just going to see if I can find it, if you will allow me the pleasure of that. I just want to find it because I have it in my head too. Yes, degauss is to remove or neutralize the magnetic field of. So, what does demagnetize say? It is a transitive verb from 1839. To deprive of magnetic properties. Hate it when my magnetic properties are deprived from me. Demagnetization is a noun, and demagnetizer is a noun. I guess degauss was a demagnetizer. I think when I looked it up, it said something about ships. Something about ships was degauss. Demagnetize, though, you can demagnetize lots of stuff. Just maybe don't do that. Because maybe you should. Maybe they shouldn't be demagnetized. Unless you're trying to hide something off of a tape. The next word. Hi-ya. Demagogic or demagogic or demagogic. Gogic or gogic. Demagogic. You could also say demagogic, because that's kind of how it's spelled. Demagogic. Adjective from 1831. Of, relating to, or characteristic of a demagogue. Also, employing demagoguery. Is it just me, but do you just really like this word just on its own? Demagogic, demagogue, demagoguery. Fun to say. And here's another one. Demagogic. What is the demagogically? No, don't tell me that. Demagogically? Demagogically. That's probably how you should say it. Demagogically. The other one was way better. Demagogically. That's not where the emphasis goes. I think it should be, though. Okay, demagogue, that's it for that one. Hi-ya, hi-ya. Demagogue is next. With a G-U-E at the end. First form, you can also spell it just without the U-E. Just ends it, the G, demagogue. Noun. From 1648. 1. A leader who makes use of popular prejudices and false claims and promises in order to gain power. So what do? They take advantage of popular prejudices, false claims, and promises in order to gain power. You know what? I can't imagine. I'm sure that this has happened, but I'm pretty sure Trump could very easily be described as a demagogue based on that definition, if I'm understanding it correctly, which I think I am, and I think that somebody probably has called him that. And I said, I don't know what that word means, but now I do. He is the definition. There should be a picture of him here. Number 2, a leader championing the cause of the common people in ancient times. Champion the cause of the common people. Okay. Did they do that by using popular prejudices, false claims, and promises to gain power? Demagoguery is a noun, and demagogy, demagogy, or demagogy, those are all nouns. It's a fun word. This is from Greek demagogos, maybe? Maybe that's how you say it, demagogos. From demos or demos, which means people, perhaps akin to the Greek diasthai, which means to divide. Ooh, okay. Plus agogos, which means leading. From agene or agene, which means to lead, and there's more at the word tide and agent. Tide is a cleaning agent. Okay, so yeah, leading the people and dividing them. That's what's going on with that. That's what I'm taking from that, at least. Interesting. Okay, the next word. Hiya. The same word, second form. Other forms, though, like ways to say it, are demagogued. That's the ed. This is a verb, so that'll help. Demagogued with the u or without the u, and demagoguing. Demagoguing. Those are the other forms. This is a verb from 1656. To behave like a demagogue. Transitive. To treat as an issue in a demagogic manner. A way that I personally don't think should be done. Hiya. This is the last word, two forms. It's the word demand or demand. First form, noun from the 13th century. 1a. An act of demanding or asking, especially with authority, as in a demand for obedience. I demand you to obey what I say. Wow, I feel like there's a lot going on in there. An act of demanding or asking. I feel like it's not so much asking if it's a demand. 1b. Something claimed as due, as in a list of demands. What is your list of demands? What do you need? When you go to perform a show, what do you require for your happiness? Number 2 is archaic. The synonym is question. What context would that be used? Like, I have a demand instead of saying I have a question? I demand you to give me the information that I require from you. 3a. Willingness and ability to purchase a commodity or service, as in the demand for quality daycare. We need the daycare, and hopefully there's a good supply to match the demand. Willingness and ability to purchase a commodity or service. 3b. The quantity of a commodity or service wanted at a specified price and time, as in supply and demand. And you gotta have enough supply to meet the demand. I'm trying to meet up with the supply. I think actually in this case it might be backwards. There's a lot of supply, not a lot of demand. Number 4a. A seeking or state of being sought after. A seeking or state of being sought after, as in great demand as an entertainer. If they're good, yeah, they're going to be in high demand. They work a lot. Those entertainers, the good ones, they work a lot. Even the bad ones, they work a lot because they got to get good. But nobody's bad. 4b. Urgent need. I have a demand right now. I need it done right now. Number 5. The requirement of work or of the expenditure of a resource, as in equal to the demands of the office. Also as in demands on one's time. I do have a lot of those. My choice. Also as in oxygen demand for waste oxidation. The oxygen demand for waste oxidation. Something medical, maybe. There's a phrase, on demand, and it means upon presentation and request for payment, also when requested or needed. So both of those, they're a little bit different. As in the example, video on demand. I'm glad this is in this book from how many years ago? I don't know. Long enough ago that I wasn't sure if on demand would have been popular enough at the time, but I guess it was. And it definitely is now. Upon presentation and request for payment, I need the money on demand, but also just whenever you want a thing, when it's requested or needed, it is on demand. This, when I was a kid, we were like, when we're older, you're going to be able to just watch a movie at the click of a button. And that's like almost 100% here. Almost anything you can think of, you can find it. Clearly, there's a lot of stuff that's not streaming yet. They're old, they're not, whatever. But, by and large, you can find just about anything. It's only a matter of time till those other ones are there. And it's all permanent. Right now, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. The next word. Hi-ya. It is the second form of the word demand, verb from the 14th century. This is starting with intransitive, to make a demand. And the synonym is ask. Again, I don't think an ask is a demand. They're just different in my mind. Transitive, number 1, to ask or call for with authority. Also, claim as due or just, as in demanded to see a lawyer. Quick, I need a lawyer right now. Give me the first one. Number 2, to call for urgently, peremptorily, or insistently, as in demanded that the rioters disperse. Please disperse. But maybe you're rioting for a cause and it's cool. Yeah. Number 3, A. To ask authoritatively or earnestly to be informed of, as in, demand the reason for the dismissal. 3B. To require to come, the synonym is summon. I summon you. Number 4. To call for as useful or necessary. And the example is etiquette demands a handwritten thank you. It is required to write a thank you within 1 week of your present giving, and it must be handwritten. Oh boy, did I have to make so many of those when I was younger. And now I don't thank anybody. Demandable is an adjective and demander is a noun. Okay, well, I think that's a good place to stop for today. So now we have to reread the words. Delusive, delusory, deluster, deluxe, delve, deli, dem, demagnetize, demagogue. No, I missed one. Demagogue, demand. I think I just have to pick demagogue as the word of the episode because, it's that was a thing, still is the thing. I'm talking about politically what we just had in the last 6 years. What the hell was all that? So yeah, it's maybe a cautionary tale. Demagogue is the word of the episode. But there were some other good ones. Who doesn't like a deluxe thing, right? We all love deluxe. And deluster, that's a fun de-shining thing. Why would you do that? Also demand. We watch stuff on demand. I demand you to listen to this podcast, that sort of thing. So, we just had a demagogue in the White House. Oh yeah, we did. That really sucked. That's the demagogue song. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. I figured it was time to do another TikTok thing, and I'm a cat. That's what you need to know. And it looks a lot like my cat, Audrey. The first word is, this is not a word, it's the synonym information for the word demand. So let's just say the first sentence in this TikTok video. Demand, claim, require, exact, mean to ask or call for something as due or as necessary. And that is going to be the end of this TikTok video. So I did forget, though, to grab the hashtag. So we are going to try to grab hashtags while we are talking, which is very difficult to do. But so basically, I forgot to grab the hashtags. That's exactly what's happening. Wow. Too many things are going on at once, and that's what happens. Okay. So I didn't realize that the synonym information for the word demand was cut off from yesterday's episode, and I wasn't going to change it. I just didn't tell you, is what I'm saying, but I'm telling you now. So that's happened 3 times recently, and I don't think it ever happened before. Very strange. So what are the synonyms? Demand, claim, require, and exact. Demand. I already read the first sentence. Demand implies peremptoriness and insistence, and often the right to make requests that are to be regarded as commands, as in demanded payment of the debt. Please pay your debt. Claim implies a demand for the delivery or concession of something due as one's own or one's right, as in claimed the right to manage his own affairs. Well, I think he has paid his dues, and that is fine. I have decreed. Require suggests the imperativeness that arises from inner necessity, compulsion of law or regulation, or the exigencies of the situation, as in the patient requires constant attention. Exact implies not only demanding, but getting what one demands, as in exacts absolute loyalty. I demand it, and I get it. Is that what it said? Implies not only demanding, but getting what one demands. Yep, you're getting it. Okay, it is sound effect time. What the hell are we gonna do? Pew! The next word is demandant. Noun from the 15th century. Is this the one who is demanding? Number 1 is archaic. The plaintiff in a real action. Not a fake action, a real action. Number 2 is also archaic. One who makes a demand or claim. Pew! The next word is demand deposit. 2 words, noun from 1923. A bank deposit that can be withdrawn without advance notice. It's just on demand whenever you want it. It can be withdrawn without, you don't need to say somebody, hey, I'm going to do this thing. It just happens. You can do it when you want, I guess. The next word is demanding. This is the most demanding word. That was the worst goddamn joke. This is an adjective from 1926. Requiring much time, effort, or attention, and the synonym is exacting. My cat Bailey is rather demanding. She is just demanding for food or the pets, the brushing. I don't know what it is, but geez, she's always been kind of demanding, but I feel like it's gotten worse. It's probably just because she's old. Is this a calico thing? She's a calico. I knew another calico that was very whiny and demanding. My friend's cat. I don't know if it's a calico thing. If you know anything about this, let me know. Demanding, the examples, I don't know if I read them. A demanding job, demanding customers. Oh, ho, ho, the customers. They're always the worst at being demanding, but they're always right. Demandingly is an adverb, and demandingness is a noun. The next word is demand loan. 2 words. Noun from 1913. This must be another bank thing. The synonym is a call loan. Demand deposit, demand loan. The next word is demand note. 2 words. Noun from 1844. A note payable on demand. I don't know what a note is, but it's another banking thing. The next word is demand pull. Is there going to be a demand push? No. So many things to put after demand. This is 2 words with a hyphen. Noun from 1952. Okay, I can't wait. An increase or upward trend in spendable money that tends to result in increased competition for available goods and services and a corresponding increase in consumer prices. Compared to cost push. This is demand pull. It's probably not that complicated to understand, but it seems like it comes from economics. So my brain doesn't know what it is talking about. Demand pull is also an adjective. Something. The next word is demand side. 2 words with a hyphen. Adjective from 1980. It looks long again. Of, relating to, or being an economic theory that advocates use of government spending and growth in the money supply to stimulate the demand for goods and services and therefore expand economic activity. Compare to supply side and demand side. So they're clearly opposites. I have the vaguest understanding of supply and demand. That's all you're going to get out of me. Yeah. This is an episode my cousin Ryan should have been on this one. Maybe he could explain it to this dummy. The next word is demantoid. Demantoid. Noun from circa 1890. What is demantoid? A green variety of garnet used as a gem. That is a stone. I want to say it's green, but I could be wrong. Maybe we need to find a picture of a demantoid stone? Yeah, it's from the German Demant, which is from Old French diamant. And there's more with the word diamond. So yeah, I guess diamant is Old French for diamond. It doesn't specifically tell me that, but I'm guessing it is. So it's a demantoid. Never heard of this. The next word. Demarcate or demarcate. D or D. Transitive verb from 1816. 1. The synonym is delimit. Number 2. To set apart. Synonym is distinguish, as in the quote. Demarcate teachers as mentor, master, and model teachers based on their level of education. That's from Chenet Cadet. Chenet Cadet. So what is this dealing to set apart? You're distinguishing them from one group or another. So the different groups in this context are mentor, master, and model teacher. Because of their level of education. How much education have they gotten from other teachers? Teachers teaching teachers. But anyway, they're demarcated in those different ways. I don't know what this context is from Chenet. Demarcation is a noun. This is a back formation of demarcation from Spanish demarcación. Demarcation, yep. From demarcar, which means to limit. From de plus marcar, which means to mark, probably from the Italian marcare. It is of Germanic origin akin to the Old High German mara, which means boundary. And there's more at the word mark. Mark was the one who was setting up the boundaries. The next word is démarche, or démarche, or démarche. D-E-M-A-R-C-H-E, with or without an accent on the first E. Boop, boo. Nope, that's not clear. Boop. Noun, from 1658. 1A, a course of action. And the synonym is maneuver. Oh, what maneuver are we going to make? A démarche. Démarche? Démarche. 1B, a diplomatic or political initiative or maneuver. 2, a petition or protest presented through diplomatic channels. What is the etymology? It is from French, démarche, literally gait, G-A-I-T. From Middle French, démarcher, which means to march. From Old French, démarcher, that's to march. Marching, marching, marching. Movers, doing the course of action. The next word is demarque. Transitive verb from 1834. The synonym is demarcate. And I don't know about you, but does this feel a particularly uninteresting section of words? Maybe not for some people, but for me it is. I'm so sorry to say that. The next word. Dematerialize. First of all, you said it wrong. Second of all, does this exist? Does this exist? Dematerialize. Transitive verb from circa 1864. To cause, to become, or appear immaterial. That means there's no material. How can something seem that way? That was transitive. Here's intransitive for you. To lose or appear to lose materiality. To lose or appear to lose. Materiality. How can you lose materiality? This is just a fantasy word. It's not real. Dematerialization is a noun. If we had a gun, if we had a thing that could dematerialize things, we would be living in a weird world. That's a fake world. So what is this context? Is it a cloud? Maybe it's a cloud. Do clouds dematerialize? That's probably the best thing I could think of. Cotton candy, that also kind of dematerializes. But there ain't much. The next word is deem. D-E-M-E, noun, from 1833. 1. A unit of local government in ancient Attica. Ancient Attica. So that was their government. It was called a deme. Number 2, a local population of closely related interbreeding organisms. Okay, a deme. What are closely related interbreeding organisms? I guess most colonies of organisms probably interbreed with each other. And so was the local government of ancient Attica, were they interbreeding? Is that what you're trying to say? Or are they just completely unrelated from each other? This is from Greek demos, which means people, or just deme. Demos means deme, which is a group of people doing something closely related, maybe. The next word is demean. First form. It's a transitive verb from the 14th century. To conduct or behave oneself, usually in a proper manner. You have to be proper. and oneself is in parentheses. So that's an example of to conduct or behave. What is conducting? What is behaving? It might be oneself. It might be yourself. Usually in a proper manner. What is your demeanor? That's going to be in tomorrow's episode. Why are you skipping ahead? So this is from Anglo-French demeanor, which means to conduct, from de plus menere, which means to lead. From Latin menare, which means to drive, from menari, which means to threaten, and there's more at the word mount. So what was the connecting point with all these things? Threaten, driving, leading, conducting. Okay, so if you're leading, you're driving a group of people in a certain kind of conduct, and maybe you are going to threaten another group of people. You're be proper though. Be proper. Demean. Okay, there was a lot there. I think we have that. That's it. Okay, bye. No, we have to pick a word of the episode. So the words were demand, synonyms for demand, demandant, deposit, demanding, demand loan, demand note, demand pull, demand side, demantoid, demarcate, demarche, demark, dematerialize, deem, and demean. Did one of these jump out at me as being just so fucking fantastic that we have to pick it for the word of the episode? Not much. Demantoid, maybe. Let's see. Demarche, I don't know. Dematerialize? Yeah. I mean, come on. That was an interesting one. What was the other option? Please yell it out. Yeah, I think I am just going to pick dematerialize as the word of the episode. Dematerialize. What does that? I think that's it. That's all that came out. Okay, thank you very much for listening to this show. If you are listening, then you are very cool, and you need to tell other people that you are cool. And they can be cool too. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. There's another TikTok video. I wanted to do something a little demented, and every time I blink, it changes a little bit. The first word in this episode is the second form of demean. And I think I have to move my mouth a lot so it actually moves the mouth. Demean, transitive verb from 1601, to lower in character, status, or reputation. That's similar to what we had yesterday. This visual looks terrible, so we're going to just going to stop that nonsense. You know, there was weird shapes on my face and other things, and I don't want to hear you random people talk. So you should go check out TikTok at SpeedJampar if you want to see some silly videos of me talking about words. Oh, sound effect. What we're going to do, I know people won't like this. Let's see. What do we do? What are we doing? The next word is demeanor, with an O-R, noun from the 15th century. Behavior toward others, and then also outward manner. So whatever your behavior towards others is your demeanor. Is it a nice demeanor? Is it a mean demeanor? Is it a confused demeanor? Is it a wacky demeanor? What is your demeanor? What is your outward manner? I hope it's nice. But you know, not everybody is, and not everybody needs to be. Sometimes you need to change your demeanor for what's appropriate in the situation. You know what I mean. The synonym is the word bearing. Bearing. The next word, I don't even remember the sound effect. No, it was like blah, 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 blah. The next word is demeanor with an O-U-R. This is the British variation of demeanor without the U, which is the one that we just read. And usually, when we have the British variations of things, it comes before because the spelling is usually like an S instead of a Z. But here with the U, it comes afterwards. The next word. So, I wanted to have a guest for this episode because of the next two words, and unfortunately, we were not able to make it work. It would have been pretty fantastic if we did, but this is the reality of the situation. So, I am going to talk about it myself, and I have some things that I will say. Maybe I will save them for later. We'll see. We'll see how this all goes. So, the next word is demented. Adjective from 1632. Number 1, the synonyms are mad and insane. Number 2, suffering from or exhibiting cognitive dementia. And those are quite different. Number 1 and number 2, they're pretty different because, one of these is a much more medical. It's a medical thing, which is an actual thing that people have to deal with and worry about, and it really, 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 really sucks. This is one of the worst ways that people go. But the other one is more of a fun way to use these words, demented, and then, of course, dementia is next. Couldn't be more different. Dementedly is an adverb, and dementedness is a noun. Let's see. I guess we'll just move on to the next word. Dementia. D-E-M-E-N-T-I-A. And I think, yeah, just that. So you could also say dementia, if you want to say it that way. Dementia or dementia. Noun from 1806. So this one was quite a lot later than demented. Number 1, a usually progressive condition, as Alzheimer's disease, marked by deteriorated cognitive functioning, often with emotional apathy. And so the guest that I was going to have on, don't worry, this will make sense in a second. The guest I was going to have on, I wanted to have Dr. Demento on, who has a very long-running radio show. I think it's mostly streaming these days. So I wanted to have him on for obvious reasons, but also I could have equally had on an expert in dementia to talk more about this, but that's not what happened. But yeah, dementia. I think a lot of people have probably had to deal with this in some way. It is a semi-common thing that happens to pretty old people. It happened to my grandma, and that's a hard thing to watch happen. So, Alzheimer's also very similar. I believe Alzheimer's is a type of dementia. I think dementia is kind of the overarching cognitive, deteriorating cognitive thing. And they're studying this stuff. I don't think that they completely know why it happens or how it happens, or what you can do to stop it. I think that there are things that they think might help, like keeping your brain active, your brain and your body active, eating right, drinking water. All those things are not going to hurt and very possibly might help you. So that is a good enough reason in my book to do all those things. Drink all the water, not all the water. Don't drink all the water, then you'll die. No, drink water when you're thirsty. Old people actually have to drink more water because they lose their ability to even be aware of when they're thirsty. So you got to make sure the older people are drinking the water. Eat the healthy food, the healthy food, the fruits, the veggies, the nuts, the legumes, not so much of the meat and dairy, but if you have any of that, have just a tiny little bit. And do some exercise. That's really good. And also do brain exercises. So meditation is one. Doing brain problems, games, what crossword puzzles, things like that. Do those sorts of things. It's going to keep your brain going. Okay, so that was all the stuff for the progressive condition like Alzheimer's. I don't think we need to say more about that. Number 2, the synonyms are madness and insanity. So the synonyms for demented were mad and insane, and the synonyms for dementia are madness and insanity. As in, a fanaticism bordering on dementia. You are so fanatic about a thing, you are almost mad or insane about it. I'm a fan of lots and lots of things, but I don't think I'm a fanatic about anything. Not to that level. Demential is an adjective, but I do know people who have fanaticism that borders on dementia for lots of things, including funny music, which is how I learned about Dr. Demento in the first place, and he's the one who made funny music as popular as it is these days. Maybe you don't know that it's popular, but in a certain group of people, it is rather popular. So, let's see. I don't know. I'm going to have to... Should we save this for later? Sure. Let's just save this for later. The next word. Dementia precox. This is 2 words. This second word is Praecox, precox, noun from 1899, and the synonym is schizophrenia, or schizophrenia, however you want to say that word. And this is a new Latin phrase. It literally means premature dementia. So because this is all the way from 1899, and we don't hear this phrase so often, but we do hear schizophrenia, I have to believe that this is an older way to describe the same sort of mental illness. Because I wonder, and I could be totally wrong, I wonder if the idea of this being premature dementia is not as accurate anymore. Schizophrenia and whatever is entailed in that is probably more accurate, I'm guessing. I will probably have to put a link in the show notes about dementia precox to see if, okay, yeah, that was what they originally thought it was, but we've learned a lot, so now we call this schizophrenia, because it's a little bit different than what you might think of as premature dementia. There's early onset Alzheimer's. Maybe, I think that might be different. It's definitely different from schizophrenia. The next word is demerara. That's the first word. Demerara or demerara, sugar. Sugar. Demerara. Demerara. Noun. From 1848. A coarse, light brown, raw sugar. And I will take some, please. This is from Demerara, which is a river and a region in Guyana. So that's where this light brown raw sugar comes from. I don't know if I have heard of this sugar specifically. The next word is demerit, or you can say demerit or demerit. That's pretty much the same thing. This is a noun from the 15th century. Number 1 is obsolete, and the synonym is offense or offense. No, it's the second word, offense. Offense, you have to emphasize it that way, offense. 2a, a quality that deserves blame or lacks merit. The synonyms are fault and deflect. Nope, there's no L in there. Defect. Fault and defect. That word, defect, went over to the second line, and so it's sometimes a little hard to read those words. Same with offense. It's 2 letters on the first line and 5 letters on the next line. 2b, lack of merit. If it doesn't have any merit, it's demerit. Demerit. Number 3, a mark usually entailing a loss of privilege given to an offender. The offender, they did something bad. They did an offense. They did a bad thing. And then they get marked with a demerit. Maybe when you get 3 demerits, you strike out. So let's see. There's a lot of etymology. We're going to go all the way down to, I think this is the Latin verb demerere or demerire, which means to be undeserving of. To be undeserving of. You do not deserve a thing because maybe you did a bad thing, which is from the Latin. Wait. Oh, that was Middle Latin. Now we're back to Latin. Maybe it's the same word, demerere, and that means to earn. So does that mean you can earn the demerit? Maybe? That is from de plus merere, which means to merit. And then de makes it kind of the opposite. That's it for demerit. That's it for demerit. Next word is demerol or demerol. Demerol, capital D. That's what it's got. This is a trademark, and it is used for meperidine or meperidine or meperidine, meperidine. Any of those ways is fine. It's some sort of drug, I think. The next word is demersal. 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 Adjective from 1889. Living near, deposited on, or sinking to the bottom of the sea, as in demersal fish eggs. That's what they do. They live near the bottom of the sea, they are deposited on the bottom of the sea, or they sink to the bottom of the sea. Possibly all 3. Maybe not. Maybe just 2. The etymology says this is from the Latin verb demergere, and that means to sink. And that is from de plus mergere, which means to dip or sink. And then they added the E and the all, and there's more at the word merge. Interesting. Merge. How is merge related to sinking? That's interesting. Is it interesting? I don't know. I just say it is. Okay, so yeah, that's an interesting word. Never heard of that before. Living near the bottom, it's all about the bottom of the sea. If it's related to the bottom of the sea somehow, it's probably demersal. The next word is domain or demean. This is spelled Demesne. Domain, demean. Noun from the 14th century. 1. Legal possession of land as one's own. You own it, you got it legally. Number 2. Manorial land, like a manor, you can put a manor there, manorial land, actually possessed by the Lord and not held by tenants. The Lord's got it, the tenants don't. It's the one who owns it is the one who owns it. 3a. The land attached to a mansion is domain. It's domain, the mansion, I don't know. So so there's a mansion, and then it's sitting on a plot of land, and maybe it goes out for acres and acres around. I don't know, maybe. So all of that land would be the domain. Oh, we're going to get to something similar. So 3b, the landed property. Landed property is 3b. The synonym is estate. So yeah, an estate is going to be the house and the land and all the stuff on the property. 3c, the synonym is the number 2 definition for the word region, or the synonym territory. This whole thing is about land and owning stuff. Number 4 is the number 2 definition for the word realm, R-E-A-L-M, and also domain. This is similar to demean, or domain sounds similar to domain, which is, of course, all about the things that you own, the space that you own. Okay, so what does the etymology say? Not much, but it does say that there is more at the word domain. So yeah, we basically just use domain here in American English instead of domain or demean, which is spelled very differently. Similar idea. Good to know. Good to know this other word. I'm very pleased. The next word is Demeter, capital D-E-M-E-T-E-R. Noun from 1835. The Greek goddess of agriculture. And it's as compared to the word Ceres, C-E-R-E-S, which I think, is that the Roman name for the goddess of agriculture? Possibly. I think it might be. I know just a tiny little bit of all this stuff. Demeter. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes so you can learn more about Demeter. The next word is demethylate. Demethylate. This is a transitive verb from 1926. To remove a methyl group from. And you are removing it from, possibly, probably, more than likely, a chemical compound. Demethylation. Demethylation is a noun. The next word is demi. This is a prefix, D-E-M-I. And there's no year. Number 1, it just means half. As in the example, demi-semi-quaver? Is that it? Let's see. Is that going to be in here? I'm looking ahead. Demi-semi-quaver. Yep, that's the word. Okay, we'll learn about that tomorrow. In the next episode, I should say, because it might not be tomorrow for you. It could be today. It could be yesterday. So just half. Half of a thing, you could put the demi prefix in front of it to make it half. Number 2, one that partly belongs to. One that partly belongs to. And then what is the thing that you might be belonging to? It is a specified type or class, as in demigod. So you partly belong to the class of gods if you are a demigod. Who's a demigod? Is Hercules a demigod? Feel like, is he like half or something? Which, again, like that brings into the number 1 definition, just half. Okay, etymology. This is from the Latin dimidius, which is from dis plus medius, which means mid, and there's more of the word mid. So yeah, it's just like partly this. A liger is a demi-tiger, demi-lion. You just combine it. Maybe that wasn't the best example. The next word. It is demiglass. Now, this is 2 words that we still have the demi prefix, but there's a hyphen after that, and then glass is spelled G-L-A-C-E. I would maybe want to say gloss, but it says glass. Noun, from 1900, a highly concentrated, reduced brown sauce, often used as a base for other sauces. This is a French phrase, and it means half cooking stock. So there's the half thing. We're using demi as half here, but it literally means half ice. Now, I don't know why they use ice here. It's a brown sauce. A brown sauce is not ice, last time I checked. Demiglass. The next word It is demigod. Here's that word. Demigod. Noun from 1530. Number 1, a mythological being with more power than a mortal, but less than a god. So they clearly have to be some level of god to have some power from a god. As a god, the Greeks. There's a lot of Greek demigods, I think. But they do have more power than a mortal. Oh, those silly mortals, they don't have powers. Ha 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 ha. Number 2, a person so outstanding as to seem to approach the divine. Whoa, that's very outstanding. How did somebody get to that level? Well, they probably have a lot of skill in something. As in, the demigods of jazz. Lots of jazz players would be considered the demigods of jazz. There's Charlie Parker and Thelonious Monk and Duke Ellington and so many more that I cannot even think of, but I know that their names are in my brain. There's so many out there. The demigods of jazz. The next word, here, it's here. You didn't think it would be. Maybe you did. Demigoddess. Good thing it's here. Noun from 1603. A female demigod. That's it. So you could be a female mythological being with more power than a mortal but less than a god, or a female person so outstanding as to seem to approach the divine. Demigoddess of jazz. Oh, well, we probably got you. I think we could probably put Aretha in there, and Billie Holiday, and again, a lot of other people I can't think of at the moment, but they're there in the brain. And a lot that I don't know about, and I should. We have one more word for this episode. Bleep, 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 bleep. It is demijohn. Demijohn. What I really want this to be is just a half toilet. I think that would be great, a demijohn. Not sure I want to use a half toilet, but that would just be kind of funny. So, it is a noun from 1769. A large, narrow-necked bottle, usually enclosed in wickerwork. Wickerwork. This says it is by folk etymology. It is from the French. How do you say this? Dame Jean? Maybe that's it. Dame Jean, which literally means Lady Jane. So what did they do to make this demijohn? You change in Jane to John, so we changed the name altogether. I don't understand what happened there. There's a picture of a demijohn. It looks like a large, narrow-necked bottle enclosed in wickerwork. It's basically like a basket has been woven around the bottle. Not sure why they do that. Maybe it's to help insulate it in some way, but it's a demijohn, or maybe we should say a Lady Jane, or maybe we should say Dame Jean, if that's how the French say it. Yeah, that's a funny name, demijohn. I mean, Lady Jane doesn't make any more sense to me. I don't know. Why? Why Lady Jane? I think we now have to reread the word so we can come up with the word of the episode. Demean, demeanor, demeanor, demented, dementia, dementia precox, demerara, sugar, demerit, demerol, demersal, demain, demeter, demethylate, demethylate, demiglass, demigod, demigoddess, demijohn. I have to pick demented as the word of the episode because sometimes I think I feel a little demented, and you probably do too. So I'm going to tell some stories now, and you get to listen to them before we even get to the song. I don't know what the song's going to be, but we'll see. Okay, so let's see. I recently mentioned that I got the cassette tapes of the 20th anniversary of the Dr. Demento collection. That may have been the first time I heard about him, and then later, yeah. So there. I mean, I think I got it because there was one or two Weird Al songs on there who I was already a fan of, and then I got to learn about all of these new silly, silly songs. Like, oh, I'm trying to think of ones that were on there. Oh, God, They're Coming to Take Me Away, The Existential Blues, Dead Puppies. It's just so many classics. So many classics. I did end up getting the 25th anniversary collection and the 30th anniversary collection. And in high school, we met some people who had a bunch of cassette tapes that they had recorded from the actual Dr. Demento show. So I borrowed some and I listened to them so much. I think there was the one about the large orange drink, and it was a guy telling the story about a football game, but he didn't know what football was, so he described everything very silly. That one was classic. But then there was also the 30-point buck, and I listened to that one so many times. I had that whole song memorized. An Uzi Razor later, triple barrel shot. I don't know. I don't remember it anymore. So yeah, listen to those. I think I only listened to the show live a couple of times, but it just didn't fit into my life. And so it was more about the collections and the cassettes and stuff like that. The Purple People Eater, the Beep Beep. I could go on. They'll Come to Me. These are just other ones from the collections. There's so many. And let's see. I don't know. I would just listen to these a lot. And just getting older and meeting other people, I've been able to connect with a lot of people in that world. So, for instance, I had Dave and Ethan of Dave and Ethan's Weird Al podcast on the show. They have obviously a Weird Al podcast, and Weird Al got his start on Dr. Demento. Like, he just blew up on Dr. Demento in like 78, 79. And, I'm just sort of rambling, but I know that there's other stories. So, fast forward. First, I have to mention, well, no, maybe I'll do it this way. Fast forward to, I don't know what year it was, maybe 2014, 2016, maybe somewhere around there, was the very first Fump Fest. So there's a group of people called the Fump, which is the Funny Music Project. And I believe every year or so they release an album with a whole bunch of funny songs that they make. And they've had their songs featured on the Dr. Demento show a lot. And so I went to the first one with my dad. I took my dad. I convinced somebody to go with me. And because I wanted to see what it was all about, and their special guest was Dr. Demento. So that was really cool. And he did a Q&A. And at the time, they were making a Dr. Demento documentary, which I think is not happening anymore. I don't know about the details. But I got to meet him, and that was great. And I got a picture with him. And then last year, 2021, I think, I went to another Fump Fest. Hadn't been for a little bit, and I think because of the pandemic, they hadn't done it. And again, Dr. Demento was the special guest, but this time he did a whole sort of presentation one night about his career and how he got started, and he talked about, he would play examples, either audio or video, of certain songs that were sort of representative of different eras. And Fish Heads, I mean, geez, that's like the classic silly, ridiculous song. And at a certain point, he got to one time period, maybe like the late 80s, early 90s, and he mentioned a Canadian comedy sketch group which came out with a silly sketch called Bulbous Bouffant. And he said, here is now a fan-made video of Bulbous Bouffant, and my video started to play. I had made this video in 2006 in college as an independent study. I mentioned this back when we had Bulbous and Bouffant in this podcast, and I just quickly blurted out, this is my video. I didn't know what else to say. I was like, I don't know. That's pretty cool. Dr. Demento is playing my video. Anyway, so I'm sure that there are other stories, but he's had a huge influence on very silly people out there in the world. And, if you don't know about him, go look him up. You can find tons and tons and tons of songs that have been played on his show and things that he's done. And it's just insane what sort of effect he's had on people who like that type of music. I hope you like it. If you don't, go listen to some, and you will probably find some that you like. There's some good ones. So, I think the song for the word demented is just going to be something like, "Let's all get demented." That's part of a whole longer song, but that's all you need. Are there other things to say? Probably. I don't know. Maybe I will say them somewhere else. Okay. Dr. Demento, I hope you're doing well. Go check out his stuff. This is the end of the episode. Sorry for all the blabbering, but this is the time to talk about it. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to this podcast called The Dictionary, hosted by me, Spencer. This is my show. This is my brainchild, and I'm doing all the work on it. And I hope you are enjoying the show. And I sure would appreciate it if you did the rating and the reviewing on Apple Podcasts and other places. And, talk about the words that you like in your language, my language, any languages, and make up a word. Maybe do that. Put it in the thing, click the 5 stars, and then share this show all over the show places. The first word in this episode is demilitarize. 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 Transitive verb from 1883, 1A. To do away with the military organization or potential of. So getting rid of the military organization, or you're getting rid of the potential of a military organization, or just the potential of military. 1B, to prohibit from being used for military purposes. And the thing that you are prohibiting is a zone or a frontier area. So if you were demilitarizing the zone, it cannot be used for military purposes. Number 2, to rid of military characteristics or uses. Demilitarization is a noun. That is the act of demilitarizing. The next word. But first, it's a sound effect. To say, that word's done, here comes this word. Clang. Demi-mondaine, or demi-mondaine, or me or me, demi or demi, mondaine, DEMIMONDAINE, noun from 1894, a woman supported by a wealthy lover, also a woman of the demi-monde, which we will learn about momentarily. Demi-mondaine, it's the feminine of demi-mondaine without the E. Oh, there's no other information for the etymology. So it's a woman supported by a wealthy lover. Who doesn't want to be supported by a wealthy lover? And then also just a woman of the demi-monde is clang. Demi-monde, noun from 1855. Oh, this is 39 years earlier. 1A, a class of women on the fringes of respectable society supported by wealthy lovers. Also, their world is the demi-monde. Okay, yep, I mean, pretty sure we don't really use this anymore. They're women who are on the fringes of respectable society. Well, maybe that means that they are fully in the disrespectable society. Okay. And they are supported by wealthy lovers. So who are these people? Maybe let's keep on reading and see if we can get some more more information. I was reading the world. The world. Oh boy, their world is the demimonde. 1B. The world. Yep, this is where I thought we might be going with this. The world of prostitution is the demimonde. 2. A distinct circle or world that is often an isolated part of a larger world, as in a night in the disco demimonde. Especially, we have more definition. One having low reputation or prestige. Yep, people in that world, they often they are looked down upon. They have low reputation. And, in their world, maybe they have high reputation, and that's really all that matters. And, prostitution, sex work, it's work. Especially these days. It's different than what it used to be, for sure. But, yeah, it's a whole thing. Well, some of you may know that the word monde means world, so it doesn't really say anything other than that. But we can guess. We can take a gander. Demi, from yesterday, we had it's half. It means half, or you partly belong to a thing. So are you saying that they are in a half world, or are you saying they partly belong to the world? There's a lot of meaning behind all this stuff. So I think that's it. I'm just sort of skimming through to see if there was anything else, but I think we've done enough for demimonde and demimondaine. Clank. The next word is demineralization. Noun from 1903. 1. Loss of bodily minerals, especially in disease. And the examples of these bodily minerals are calcium salts. So you don't want to use your calcium salts, because if you do, then you might have a disease. 2. The process of removing mineral matter or salts, as from water. You got it. If you're taking out the mineral matter or the salts from the water, it is demineralization. I just like saying these fun words. Demineralize is a transitive verb, and demineralizer is a noun. Clank. The next word is de minimis or de minimis. This is two words. De is the first word. Second word, M-I-N-I-M-I-S. M-I-N-I-M-I-S. De minimis. Adjective from 1948. Lacking significance or importance. Also, so minor as to merit disregard, as in de minimis fringe benefits. So they're just not very important. They have so little significance. They're very, very minor, and you can just kind of disregard them. So the fringe benefits that you get from a thing are just like not much. It's just like, why? Just give me more benefits, please. De minimis. This is a new Latin phrase, and it means concerning trifles. Are we concerning ourselves with some little trifles? The next word. Clank. Demi-rep. Demi-rep or demi-rep. Noun from 1749. Oh, the synonym is demimondaine. So, I see. Okay, this is where the etymology helps. This is from demi plus rep, which is short for or means reprobate, which you will have to wait until we get to the R's for that one. But basically, I think you can figure out what people would say that means based on what we just read about demimondaine. So they're a reprobate in some people's eyes. The next word, clang. Demise. First form, verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. 1. To convey, as an estate, by will or lease. You're conveying by will or lease. That's demise? Number 2 is obsolete. Synonyms are convey and give. Okay, so yes, if you are conveying a thing, you are giving something by will or lease. So if somebody is leasing a thing, they are renting it for a time. So that's how you're giving it to them. Or by will, I think that means it's probably not you are giving it to them by your own will. It's probably maybe a will because somebody died. It's probably that kind of will. I leave this person this estate, so give it to them, demise it to them. Is that how we would use this word? Number 3, to transmit by succession or inheritance. Yep, again, the will situation, it's being transmitted from one to another. Intransitive verb, number 1, synonyms are die and decease. Die and decease. Yes. Let's read number 2. Maybe that'll help even more. To pass by descent or bequest, as in, the property has demised to the king's heirs. I haven't heard it used as a verb, but I am familiar with the thing about when you die, when you are deceased, you have demised. You are, I don't know if I can put it in better context than that. We have a little bit more in the next form. This one has no etymology, but the next one does, so let's get to it. Clang. Second form of demise. This one is a noun, also from the 15th century. 1. The conveyance of an estate. So yes, that's the giving of the estate. It is the demise. 2. Transfer of the sovereignty to a successor. Yep, again, somebody dies, they're transferring a thing over to somebody else. 3a, the synonym is death. Death is the demise that we will all see soon. 3b, a cessation of existence or activity. No more, it's all done. It has demised. 3c, a loss of position or status. Oh, that is very sad. You have lost your status. Let's see. Okay, let's look at the etymology. This is from Anglo-French, demettre, which means to dismiss. From Latin, demittere, which means to send down. Send down to where? That is from de plus mettere, which means to send. So mettere is to send. Demittere is to send down. Down, down, down to hell. So it looks like the idea of giving a thing to someone else, often because of a will or succession, it comes from the idea of the person is dead. Like that's the origin of this. So because they have demised, the other person gets a demise. It's demised to them. Click, click, clang, click, clong. The next word is demisec. Demisec, demisec. 2 words with a hyphen. SEC is the second word. Adjective from 1926. This is talking about a champagne. A champagne. And this means moderately sweet. I like things that say demi-sec on them. Maybe when we get to the end of this letter, because we have made it, Sharon and I have made it a tradition that we get a sparkling thing that starts with that letter, And so maybe we have to make it a demi-sec. Maybe the brand should also, or the type should also start with a D, but then it better be a demi-sec because I will like that. Clang, clang. The next word, this is a fun word. Demi-semi-quaver. 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 Noun from circa 1706. And that's the synonym is 30-second note. Do you know what a 30-second note is? Okay, so in music, quarter notes, let's say the standard music is in 4/4, so every measure there's 4 notes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are quarter notes because they are 1/4 of the length of the measure. If you split the quarter notes into 2 equal notes, then you have eighth notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. If you split those up again, you get 16th notes. Usually this is as much as people will see. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a. But then you can split those up again into 30-second notes. And I don't know the sounds that you make for a 30-second note. So I'm looking at the name of this thing. Quaver, quarter is sort of like that. And then you split it. But we're missing a split here. The word is missing something. So I don't know. But anyway, it's been split and split and split. Demi is half. Semi is probably half also. I don't know. But yeah, 30-second note. That means, so it's, you probably have to play either really, 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 really fast, or the song is fairly slow, so you can get all the notes in there. So I believe it's every quarter note, every quarter of the thing, there's going to be 8 notes. Is that right? 8th, 16th, 32nd. Diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle. That's one quarter. I think I got them all. Demi-semi-quaver. Fantastic word. Next word. Clang. Demission. Demission. Noun from the 15th century. The synonyms are resignation and abdication. This is from Middle English, demission, however they would say that word, and it means relinquishment or conveyance. So you are relinquishing your job, your control, your responsibility, and you are conveyance. Maybe you're giving it to somebody else. Demission. It's also from the Latin demissio, which means lowering. So if you are resigning, maybe you're lowering your job to something else. The next word, clang. Demit. It's just D-E-M-I-T. Verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. Number 1 is archaic, and the synonym is dismiss. Dismiss. Demit. Dismiss. Number 2. It is the number 2 definition for the word resign. Yeah, I guess it's related to demission. Demit. Here's intransitive. To withdraw from office or membership. No more. You don't want that job, or you don't want to be a member of a thing anymore. You have demitted yourself. Demitted, demitting, and the etymology doesn't give us anything. The next word is the last word. Hey, it's a word, which is clang, demitas, or demitas, or that's it, pretty much. D-E-M-I-T-A-S-S-E, demitas. Noun from 1842. It is a small cup of black coffee. Also, the cup used to serve it is the same thing. Can I have some demitas and a demitas? Why is this called a demitas? Okay, this is French. From demi, plus tas, which means cup. I didn't know tas means cup. Also from Middle French, also from Arabic, the word tas, T-A-S-S, but there's a little thing under the T, so that must mean cup. And then it says there's more at the word taza or tatza, T-A-Z-Z-A, and that, I don't know what that word is, but it has to be cup, and I feel like sometimes I see a logo, a brand, a something and coffee houses and cafes, and I feel like taza is in there, and I don't remember where or why or what the whole word is, but now I know that tas, tasa, tas, taza, it means cup, or just a small cup of black coffee. So I guess demi-tasse is just a smallish, a tiny little weeny cup of coffee. That's that. Demi-tasse. Okay, so now we got to reread the words. Demilitarize, demi-mondaine, demi-monde, demineralization, de minimis, demi-rep, demise, demise, demisec, demi-semi-quaver, demission, demit, and demitasse. There were some contenders for sure. I mean, you can't go wrong with a demi-semi-quaver. Demi-semi-quaver, demi-semi-quaver. That's only 6 syllables. It would be great if it was 8, because then you could say that for the 30-second notes. Demi-semi-temi-quaver. I don't know. But I think because of the feelings, the emotion, the I don't know, I'm missing the right word, but because of all the things around this word and this world, and it was a new word to me, I think I'm gonna pick probably demi-monde. Not demi-mondaine, but just demi-monde is the all overarching thing for that whole world, which is an interesting coincidence because monde is world. It's all about the world, the half world, the being half of this world, half in that world. And I think there's a lot of things that I think fit into this world. For instance, like the first thing, not just like prostitution, but there's also like cabarets, and the other word that I can't think of. we saw the burlesque. We saw the Twin Peaks burlesque show in New York earlier this year, and that was fantastic, especially if you're a David Lynch fan. And there's cities all over the world. Burlesque has become a much more common thing to do. And we saw a fantastic burlesque show in Sydney, Australia when we were there years ago. There was acrobatic feats and singing and dancing and all sorts of things. It was crazy and a lot of fun. So I put all of that into the world of demi-monde. And I don't know, I think a lot of people are just like, ew, what's that? So go check out that world. It's fun and they're cool people. Most importantly, they're fantastic people. The demondaines are wonderful people. And if they get to be supported by wealthy lovers, then that's good for them. The demi-monde is a fun world. Yeah. Okay. That's going to be the end of this episode. The next episode, as long as everything goes to plan, which it really, really should, the next episode is going to have a guest, and we are going to talk about some topics, some really great topics. Okay, that's going to be the it. That's all the stuff that we have today, and you are now demitted to go do your other things, and so am I. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. Hello, word nerds. How are you doing? We have another guest today. I am so thrilled that these people contacted me out of the blue. You heard from Aaron recently from the Human Values Podcast and the Human Content Network. And today, we have his lovely co-host who is equally as funny, if not, he says more funny. You guys may have to have a little chat about that.
I'll let him win that one. but then I set a really high bar for myself, and I don't want anyone listening to this to be like, hey, that hoe was not funny at all.
Yeah, I like to keep the standards low for sure. Expectations low. That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I always say.
Lindsay, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to have you read me words. Like I'm just a little baby in a blanket, right, a little sleepy, but not sleepy enough, and you're gonna make me all the way sleepy, and then I'll fall asleep to your nice word talks.
I have my word talks. I have definitely told people this could be a podcast for going to bed to. I don't know if it's true, but I think it makes sense.
I mean, that sounds very good to me. I'm a big ASMR person.
Okay.
So anyone like talking to me and kind of in any sort of voice really just.
So what you're saying is you may not talk at all through this episode. You're just going to calmly listen and you may fall asleep.
Yeah, if I do, don't wake me up because
I'll just keep on reading.
Yeah, just go with it. Go with the flow. Maybe I'll say something cool in my sleep and everyone will be like, "Oh, that was so revealing."
What does the unconscious have to say?
Exactly.
Well, so can you, in your own words, tell me and tell everybody a little bit about your show, Human Values?
Oh, I would love to. So, my good friend Aaron and I have always had a very special and bizarre relationship, and we've always loved weird hypotheticals. And so he and I decided to do a show where we invite guests on to talk about how much it would cost for us to do absurd things, like such as never ever cut or trim any hair on our body ever again, or have a statue in the middle of our house that grows a foot every time we don't get 8 hours of sleep.
Was that the dragon one?
That was the dragon
statue?
one.
Yeah.
Nice. Just really the questions that plague us all as human beings.
These are the things we think about all the time.
Exactly. We're really just trying to keep our finger on the pulse of the people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The people need to know. So, yeah, as I said in the other episode, they reached out to me and I was like, I got to check out your show first. And obviously, I was hooked immediately because the concept is just fantastic, and just having these really serious conversations about how much would I actually need in real life. I hadn't seen that done before, so I think it's fantastic, and
Thanks.
When I have time, I will definitely listen to more episodes. I've listened
Please
to 3 so far.
I've started to like take it all a little too seriously, where I'm like, it feels too real to me, and now I can't even have fun because I'm like, I need $250,000, and I'm getting upset. I'm having too many emotions around it, where I'm like, I forgot this was supposed to be funny. I'm out here like bargaining for my life.
Well, and then if you do it so often, you're like, am I actually going to get this money?
I know.
Is this
and then
thing
I'm
really
like,
going to happen?
Wait, I'm still broke. This is a problem.
What I really want to know, I was thinking about this, is how much effort do you actually put in before the recording of how much money you need to do all these things?
Well, that's a really good question. So I like to have a basic idea of all of the mechanics, all of the pieces of the question, like what would be involved. But then a lot of the numbers I end up working out in real time, because sometimes in talking it out with other people, my mind changes. Like something that I thought wouldn't be so hard, suddenly I realized that there's more to it than I thought. Or there would be legal ramifications or health ramifications. And so then I'm asking for more money. But sometimes I realize that something that I thought was going to be a lot more complicated or that would be so much more expensive is actually maybe going to be kind of fun and not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like, for instance, going to hunt for the Yeti, I thought would be a very expensive sojourn for me. But then once we hashed it out, I was like, wait, this actually sounds great. And maybe I fall in love with the Yeti and maybe it was all worthwhile. So
and a relationship blossoms.
Exactly. And then, my heart is so full and I have found my true love and it just so happens to be the Yeti, and then it was all worth it. So, stuff like that.
Right. You like $5 for that one. Yeah. What I thought was really interesting was that everybody seemed to have a different way that they thought about this topic. Like there was like one thing, okay, there's this logistical thing that I really need to think about. And you all sort of brought different things to the table in that way. And then
Yeah.
yeah, it sparks your mind about what they thought and vice versa. I
Yeah,
think that's fantastic.
totally. Staying flexible, I think, is really the way to do it so that like I have a vague idea going in, but I try to stay open-minded because like I was saying, I take it very seriously. Like it doesn't feel hypothetical when I'm in it. I'm like, this is real. I'm going to have a statue in my living room that grows a foot every time I don't sleep 8 hours. And that is just what my life is going to be. And I really have to consider everything and take it more seriously than anyone ever should. And it's great.
Wasn't there something about tattooing something to your forehead?
Yes, there was one
Was it like your
about,
phone number?
yeah, your phone number to your face. Um, there are a lot of ramifications to that one, you know, and
Yes, there
also
are.
had to consider tattoo removal eventually once it's done and scarring and people knowing your phone number and all of that stuff. So, you know, there's a lot to think about.
There are, and I cannot wait to come on at some point, maybe next year. I can't wait, mostly just to find out what you guys come up with for what the three topics are, and then just to put the energy into like how much money do I actually need? That's a good challenge for my brain, I think.
Yeah, I cannot wait for you to come on and play the game with us.
Yeah,
It's very fun. We have so much fun doing it.
sweet.
Yeah.
Should we talk about some words? Would you
Oh my
like to be
God.
lulled to sleep?
Again, if I fall asleep, do not wake me up because, you might get something interesting out of me. And I'm really excited about these words. I really, I not to be crass, but I do love D's.
Let's talk about some D's.
Yeah, let's just talk
Uh,
about D's.
the first word in this episode is demiurge. Yeah, Demiurge. And just a couple episodes ago, we learned about the demi prefix, which is all about half of a thing or less of a thing. So, I mean, I'm just gonna assume that this is less of an urge. I don't know. Let's actually read this and not make up stuff in our brains. This is a noun from 1840. Number one is capitalized. It's a very important capital D there. 1A, a Platonic subordinate deity who fashions the sensible world in the light of eternal ideas. That was very poetic,
Gorgeous.
right?
But I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around that one.
Me too. Platonic subordinate deity. I don't know it's a deity, it's a god who fashions the sensible world this is blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Fashions the sensible world in the light of eternal ideas. Okay, I think I may have to put a link in the show notes where people can go learn more about this fascinating demiurge. But there's more.
Demiurge, a person. Okay, great.
I guess, yeah, it's a deity. It's a deity. 1B, a Gnostic subordinate deity. Okay, this is different, similar but different. A Gnostic subordinate deity who is the creator of the material world. And I have to point out that the word Gnostic starts with a G, so that's important. Okay, so those two are both with a capital D. One's Platonic, one's Gnostic. One fashions the sensible world, and one creates the material world. And that's all I have for that.
Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Okay, wait. So what blows my mind is that there is a subordinate that's just out here creating material worlds. Like you would think that's more like a boss job.
Yeah, well, and I wonder if subordinate, if they're using a different definition than the one that we often think of, like a
Yeah,
boss and then
what
the
do they
subordinate.
mean by subordinate?
Right, right. It's probably similar, but yeah, maybe it's like not the highest level deity, but maybe just the next level down.
Well, maybe there's a difference between creator, like they're creating material world, like they're down there, like, putting clouds together, all
They're doing the
boring.
manual labor.
Yeah, they're like making the plans for a mountain, whereas like the boss deity is like make a mountain, bitch.
Right. Make a mountain bitch.
And so,
Okay, I got to
yeah.
come up with the plans. I'm going to do my
Yeah.
CAD design for the mountain. Oh, is
Yeah.
this the kind of mountain that you're looking for? No, make it 30 times bigger.
Yeah, yeah,
All right.
yeah. Like that's a hill, you little
Yeah.
demiurge. I said mountain. Get it right or pay the price. Patoy.
You're just a demiurge.
Yeah, you're just a little
We
demiurge.
we have a number 2 for this one, which is one that is an autonomous creative force or decisive power.
Ooh.
So, yeah. That's not capitalized for that one. Okay, yeah, this one's fascinating. I want to learn a little bit more about this one, and so we'll put some more in the show notes. Demiurgic or demiurgical, that is an adjective, and the etymology, I hope it helps. This is from the Greek demiurgos. Do you know Greek?
I don't know Greek.
Yeah, I don't either.
Thanks for asking though.
You're welcome. I have to ask everybody things like that now and then. So demiurgos literally means artisan or one with special skill, and that is from demios, which is of the people, because demos means people, and then orgos means worker. So they're kind of like the one who is working for the people. And there's more at the word demagogue, which that was a couple episodes ago. That's an interesting one, a demagogue. And also the synonym work, or the word work. So yeah, that hopefully that helps.
I really need to see this used in a sentence.
Oh yeah.
Big time. Because I feel like demi I need more about demi.
Yeah.
Because when
my
I
thoughts
think
exactly.
because demi is like less or
Yeah,
part.
so in this context, it actually is from the root of people. Demos means people. So an urge, orgos means worker. So it sounds like, and this is not helpful, believe me, but it seems like it's like the worker of the people or the person who is working for the people or something. That's all I got.
Wow, I mean that's a hard word. It's a hard word. I need a video. I need examples and history.
Yeah.
I need a lot more information here.
All right. Well, when this episode airs, because you can't Google it beforehand, when this episode airs, you can check the show notes. I'll put some stuff in there.
Can't wait.
Perfect. I don't know if you know, but after every word, there's a sound effect. Is there a certain sound or something that that you like that we should make a sound effect for today?
What?
Yeah, exactly. That's how people respond often. For instance, Aaron said he liked a trumpet sound, so we just made trumpet sounds after each word.
Oh yeah,
and
he's really good at trumpet sounds. I've heard his trumpet sounds many, many times.
I'm sure you have. He had it right off the bat. He knew what he wanted right away. So it's just a little sound effect. Say, okay, this word, we're done with this word. We're gonna move on to the next word. It's like a whoosh is kind of a good, like, okay, we're moving on. But that's no fun. A whoosh is no fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably overdone.
Right.
So when a word is done, we need to figure out a sound effect.
And we're gonna make it with our mouths.
Okay. Should we do like the punchline drums of like drunch?
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
You just did the sound. So now we are going to move on to demi-world. And this is one word. This reminds me of Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Noun from 1862. It is the number 2 definition for demi-monde, D-E-M-I-M-O-N-D. Do you happen to know what that is?
Demi-monde?
Yeah, I definitely did not, but I learned about it in the previous episode.
What is it?
So, because we've already gotten through this, I can tell you this one specifically, it is the number 2 definition. It is a distinct circle or world that is often an isolated part of a larger world. And then especially one having low reputation or prestige. This actually comes from, to put it bluntly, prostitutes. Because demi-monde is also a class of women on the fringes of respectable society who often are supported by wealthy lovers. So anyway, it's like the underground world, kind of.
I see. Cool.
Of society. Yeah.
Nice.
It's our favorite place.
Yeah.
There's an example, the demi-world of drugs. So that makes sense.
Oh, the demi-world of drugs. Okay. Little drug world. The demi-world of prostitution, the demi-world of sugar babies,
Oh, yes.
the
Exactly.
demi-world of adult babies.
Adult baby. The demi world of demi urges.
Ooh.
Ba-doom-tsh.
Yeah.
That's like the perfect sound effect. Okay, the next word is demo. This is a noun from 1793. Number 1 is capitalized, and it is the number 2 definition for the word Democrat, which we are going to have later this episode. So hold on to your pants.
Holding on tight.
Number 2A. Not too tight, though, please. Number 2A is the 1B definition for the word demonstration, which is, you gotta put on a demonstration to show how to use a product, and we just shorten it to demo.
Classic demo.
Exactly. How can you not automatically just think about it like an infomercial? That's
It's all I
right
can
away.
think about is infomercials, but also at grocery stores when they're like, they'll
Yes.
make a thing and then they'll put a tiny little piece of it into a tiny plastic cup. And you're like, I like it. Where's that? Where can I? And then you act like you're going to buy it and you're not.
Nope. Set it down. I'm done. Here, let me show you how to cook this thing. It's so easy. Even you can do it. Number 2B, this one is British, and it is the number 4 definition for demonstration. And I'm sorry, you all will just have to check in a couple episodes from now to learn about what that one is. It's British, though. The British say demo for that specific definition. Number 3A, we have it's the A definition for the word demonstrator. So the one who is doing the demonstration, I guess, is the demo?
Sure.
Why not? 3B, a recording intended to show off a song or performer to a record producer. Have you ever had to
Wow.
make a demo?
I've helped people with it. Actually, no, I have had to make a demo for something. It was kind of fun.
Yeah. My dad was in the voiceover world for many, many years. That's how he made his living. And so it seemed like every year he was making a new demo and he was doing something, and this was like old reel-to-reel tapes and cassette tapes, and he would send them out to everybody. This is like the 1980s and 90s days of voiceover work. It's so different from now where it's just all digital. It's so
Everything,
easy to
yeah.
make a demo now.
Anyone can do it.
Even me. Okay, that's the demo for a record producer. We have 3C, an example of a product that is not ready to be sold, as in a demo version of the software.
Wow. Yeah.
Number 4, it is the number 2 definition for demographic. This it's just a short form of all these different demo words. And what's interesting is I don't think demolish was in here at all.
Where is it?
Right? I think they missed one because when I hear demo, that's another thing I think of, like just demoing a thing. You shorten it to demo.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a demo.
Right. Let's do the demo.
They missed one. We had need to call Mr.
HGTV.
Webster. Yeah.
All the dictionary people are going to get yelled at. There is no etymology because there's just too much. So, drum punchline, please. The next word is demob. Demob. First form, transitive verb from 1919. This is chiefly British because it is the synonym is demobilize.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You're going to demob the army, demob the hordes of angry people.
Yeah, we can't have them mobilized over here, so we have to demob them.
I like it.
And I don't know why this isn't American. Just the British have taken on demob.
I wouldn't say demob.
You would say
I would
it?
just
You
say
have?
demobilize.
Yeah. I don't know
Demob
why
is a
we
weird,
didn't shorten it.
it's a weird, yeah, we could shorten it. We can start today.
Let's do it. Let's change American English right now.
Handshake. High five.
Okay. The next word, badoom-tsh,
Yeah.
is the second form of demob. Noun from 1945. This is also chiefly British. And before I even get to the thing, what I find is interesting is that this one, 1945, is in the World War II time zone, and the other one is 1919, which I don't know if you know, but I feel like that's a lot closer to the World War I timeline, which I think is just kind of interesting.
It's just before and just after, really, that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, right around there. So this one is the act or process of demobilizing. So basically, one was the verb and one was the noun.
Yep, that's the only difference.
That's it. Hey, should we talk about the actual word demobilize?
Let's do it.
Drum sound.
Dudunch.
It's going to get very repetitive. I'm sorry. Have
I know
fun
I'm
with it.
into
Feel
it.
free.
I'm here. I'm here for it. I like it.
Demobilize. This is a transitive verb from 1882. Number 1, the synonym is disband. If a group is banded together, they have mobilized their infantry, but we have to break it apart. No more. Number 2, to discharge from military service, and demobilization is a noun.
See, when I think of discharging from military service, it sounds very individual. But when I think of demobilization, I think of a large group.
Yeah, I do too. That second one is a little, I mean, I guess technically, and I have no military experience, so I cannot speak to this smartly, but I guess if you're in the military, you have mobilized with the rest of your people.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could think of. But yeah, makes sense. What you said makes sense to me.
I mean, I'm just doing my best.
It's fantastic. Ooh, you know what? We have some really fun words now.
Oh, God.
Broom-cha. We have the word democracy. Hoo-hoo. This is a noun from 1576.
Ooh.
It's very old. 1A, we have many definitions here. 1A, government by the people, especially rule of the majority. So the majority says what goes, and it is a government specifically for the people, not for the monarchs, not for all those other people, but specifically for the people. And I'm skipping ahead, but we know the Greek word demos means people, so that is why this word is that.
Ooh, yeah.
1B, a government in which the supreme power is vested in the people, that's very important, and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving periodically held free elections. A lot of information there. Okay, so quick question for you.
What's up?
We have four so more definitions for this one word. Should we just go through them and then maybe chat a little afterwards, or do you have things to say maybe after each one? There's a lot to say, I think.
There's a lot to say, but I'm really, because, these ones that you just said are the ones that I think of on a larger scale when I think of democracy. But I feel like the next ones maybe are a little bit more nitty gritty. And I want to know about that knit and that grit.
Oh, yeah. You got to get all up in the knit and the grit.
Yeah.
Number 2, a political unit that has a democratic government.
Okay.
So one unit of a thing politically is a democracy. Okay, I've not heard of that.
Sure, yeah, I guess I could see that.
Number 3 is capitalized. The principles and policies of the Democratic Party in the U.S., as in, from emancipation, republicanism, to New Deal democracy. And that is a quote from C.M. Roberts.
Who is C.M. Roberts, and how did he get into the dang dictionary? He's a dictionary celebrity.
Oh, yeah, there's a handful. Shakespeare, I've seen Shakespeare a number of times.
Oh, yeah, he's making up words left and right.
Oh, yeah, totally. There were 2 in one episode, actually. Okay, so the principles and policies of the Democratic Party specifically is the democracy. That's what it tells me. Number 4, the common people, especially when constituting the source of political authority. So the common people are, because they're the people. Number 5, the absence of hereditary or arbitrary class distinctions or privileges. Yeah, we
Wow.
said the etymology is from demos, which is people, and that's pretty much it. That's it. So oh, I feel like I have some things to say, but we might have to hold on to that a little bit. So I
Why?
don't know.
Why?
Well, it's more about thinking about the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and if you look at just the etymology, the Democratic Party seems very clearly for the people, about the people.
Yeah, it's not about Democrat or Republican democracy. I've seen so many. Do you know? Are you familiar with the group The Good Liars?
No, who are they?
They're a group of a couple of guys that they go out and they interview people outside of like Trump rallies or wherever, and they ask them questions, and they usually have some sort of ridiculous answer. But something that I see often on those things is they'll be like, "Do you believe in democracy?" to the people there, and they'll be like, "Hell no. I don't
Mm.
want anything to do with democracy," because they just don't understand that democracy is a concept and is a concept separate from the Democratic Party.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
And a lot of these people don't understand it because they're not civics experts. They're emotional people living their emotional lives, and something has gotten under their skin. Um, so I love like the reminder of this concept of it's a government by the people and the rule of the majority, which also is kind of infuriating that we say we're a democracy, but does the majority get to
Yeah, you may know this better than me, but if I remember correctly, was it the last two? Was it 20? Oh, now I'm blanking. 2012? No, 2016. Um, I feel like there were two elections in a row where, I mean, Trump specifically in 2016 did not get the popular vote, yet he still won the Electoral College.
Yep.
And I feel like there was another one which I'm totally blanking on. But that really, really frustrates me because I understand it's very hard to tally every single person's vote in the entire country of 300 plus million people, but the majority should mean something, right? And the fact that our system can make that happen where it's not the majority and that person still wins just blows my mind.
Yep, it's crazy. I mean, it's close. I'm looking, it's happened 4 times in our elections. In
Ever.
Yes, in 1876, um,
I remember that one, yeah.
in 1888,
Mm,
uh, which is crazy. In 2000, Bush Gore, and
yeah.
in 2016, Clinton and Trump. But here's something funny about all 4 of these is that the Republican beat the Democrat with the Electoral College and not the popular vote in all 4 of
Every
those.
time it was the Republican who won.
The Republican who won over the Democrat who actually got the popular vote
Yeah.
of that had the majority, which is, there are a lot of people that believe that the Electoral College should be that we should not have it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people who believe
Seems very
this.
dated.
It does seem very dated. But I do. I mean, it makes so much sense that the person that wins is the person who got the most votes, and that is just not what happens. And it's like, what? That's the
Yeah.
entire basis of the country. However, I don't know why they started the Electoral College. Like, I don't know. That's just my own foolishness, that I
Same
don't
for me.
know why they started the Electoral College. But I'm going to find out right now
Yeah,
because
it
I feel like it's
seems like
important.
it is important to know that stuff. And yeah, I feel semi-educated about all these things, more so than the people at the Trump rallies, probably less so than you and many other people. But yeah, it seems like, okay, we need the Electoral College because our country is getting so big and we have all these states and we need an easier way to sort of funnel all of this voting information into one place.
Hmm.
But it feels like they could have done it in a better way.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is like the framers, the framers, the framers, trust the framers, and I'm like, okay, we know a lot more now
Yeah.
than people did when they were prescribing a lot of things back in the day.
And
Maybe we should
also,
go off of the new information.
yeah, and the fact that who are the people, the electors, the fact that they can then say, no, I'm actually going to vote for this person instead of you choosing this person, I don't think it happens much at all, but the fact that it can happen is also very strange.
Can and has
I figured it
very
has,
recently. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like it. Makes me mad. Not what democracy is, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, we claim to live in a democracy, but when things like this are happening, then maybe we can't call this a democracy.
Also, when the elected officials are, you know, there's lobbyists, there's people giving them money, there's like campaign financing is such like I get so tripped up on it because I'm just like these people are getting so much money from these corporations,
Yep.
much more from corporations than they're getting from individuals. And then who are they working for really? You know?
Yeah, the money aspect is such a huge problem, and not just with politics, obviously. I mean, for everything, money is the thing that just brings it all down. And it's like, just, you follow the money. They're going to make decisions based on money. I have put so much brain power into thinking about that, and I think it just causes me stress.
Yeah, no, it's definitely stressful. I mean, all of this stuff, especially when it comes to politics, I'm like, I'm one person with an opinion, and, you know, luckily a lot of people have similar beliefs, which is great and reassuring. But then it's like, you know, I saw this video. Oh my God. I saw this video today of it was Marjorie Taylor Greene's kind of like
You've said enough.
campaign video, which, you know, we all know she's a lot. But this video was of her being like, the Democrats suck. And here's what I'm going to do about it. I'm going to get in a helicopter and shoot wild hogs from the sky.
Yeah, that totally seems logical. I see the train of thought there. Yeah.
It just doesn't, yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Wow.
I'm like, oh my God, those feral hogs, I hope that they, it would just be very just to see her taken down a notch by a horde of feral hogs.
I hope the helicopter goes down safely and the wild hogs just, they do their thing.
Or I hope she makes friends with a feral hog one day and changes her mind.
Feral hogs are they're really great. They're really nice. I've changed my mind.
Yeah.
I hope that we have changed some people's minds on this who are listening to this episode. If they did not know what democracy is, maybe they have been educated.
Maybe. Or maybe they're just now enraged too, and they're going to go watch the Marjorie Taylor Greene video and laugh at her because she is a stupid dum-dum.
Yes, she is. Okay. Maybe, can you send me the link? Maybe I'll put it in the show notes to make people's lives even easier.
Yeah, great.
Ba-doom-tsh. The next word is Democrat. Noun from 1789. 1A. An adherent of democracy. So if you like democracy, if you like that the majority rules, it is a government for the people, if you like all those things, then you are an adherent of democracy. You are a Democrat.
Wow.
1B. One who practices social equality.
Damn.
Yeah. Okay. Number 2 is capitalized. A member of the Democratic Party of the U.S.
Okay.
And
yeah.
Again, this is all about the people. Let's be equals. Let's be good to the people who you are in the world with. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Wow. I like that. I mean, I like that it's an adherent of democracy also is very much like it's a belief in the majority rule is being a Democrat.
For the people, by the people, all the people in it up.
People.
Yeah. Please do a drum roll, whatever that is. The next word is democratic. Adjective from 1602. 1. Of, relating to, or favoring democracy. We are favoring democracy when we are democratic. Number 2 is often capitalized. Of or relating to one of the two major political parties in the U.S., evolving in the early 19th century from the Anti-Federalists and the Democratic Republican Party, and associated in modern times with policies of broad social reform and internationalism. And that is a very small list. I do remember hearing that, like, back in the day, everybody would say, "Oh, Lincoln was a Republican, right?" But
Yeah.
then the parties changed a little bit, and so, this is not getting really in depth, but this is saying that the Democratic Party evolved from the Anti-Federalists and the Democratic Republican Party. Do you know anything about that party?
The Democratic Republican Party,
Yeah,
I know very little and not enough to speak knowledgeably on the subject. But I will
fair.
say, I do think that it's fascinating, the evolution of the parties. And it's what's really cool is that I feel like we're seeing a little bit of it now, where there's a little bit shifting sands between our definition of what is a Democrat and what is a Republican. I feel like things are getting more extreme, and people that had formerly thought of themselves as Republicans, maybe they see this party now and they don't identify, or they think of the Democratic Party from 10, from 5 even years ago or 10 years ago, and they are like, this, where it is now is not exactly where I am aligning. So I feel like we're actively getting to witness party structures changing and ideology changing, which is what had happened before, where Republicans had a different approach to social justice. And that has now changed. And now we're kind of seeing it happen again. Kind of cool.
Yeah, it is really fascinating to be living through this because, we have this largely two-party system here in America that but you can't split up a population of this many people into two groups. I mean, people are
Yeah.
just so more nuanced than that. You look at Britain and so many other countries, and they have so many sub parties and smaller parties, and you know it just seems like it makes a lot more sense to have very specific viewpoints about the world and how to deal with people and money and government and all those things. And yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if we start to move into a more smaller party situation than these two massive ones. It's not sustainable.
I like to think that it will work, but then imagine the Democratic Party splits and then we lose every election because the Republican Party stayed together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it
Or
would have
vice
to be equal or
versa.
something.
Like there has to be some way around, like, I would think there would have to be a very, very structured way that you go about splitting up both parties at the same time. Though I have to imagine that the ideology is still so strong in how we see things. It would be a really, really heavy lift, I think, to create multiple parties, in addition to the two
Yeah.
that we already have, just because that's all of the strategy goes into one and one. I just don't understand how it would work. I wish that it would work, but
Yeah, it would be a huge shock to the system, and it would take a massive amount of work. There are lots of other things, like even just daylight savings time. Just getting rid of that seems like way more work than anybody feels like putting into it, and it's just one little thing. So splitting up these two massive parties into sub parties, it's just such a huge undertaking. But if people are curious about Democratic Republican, don't you worry. We're going to get to that at the end of this
I
episode.
cannot wait.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. Okay, we left off at number 2 for Democratic. We have number 3, relating to, appealing to, or available in the broad masses of the people, as in democratic art. So
I like
it's
that.
art that appeals to the broad masses, I guess?
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that. Something that's democratic, something that everyone likes. Like such as uh Picasso. Does anyone like Picasso, actually?
I was gonna say I don't know. He's pissed off a lot of people.
But yeah, Picasso's canceled. I don't know. Van Gogh. Van Gogh. I think
Everybody.
everybody likes Van Gogh. So we'll
Yeah.
say Van Gogh created very democratic art. Art that
I think that's
appeals
fair.
to the broad masses.
Yeah, I think it's hard to find something that appeals to the broad masses these days. But there's some things out there. There's definitely some things.
I mean, what are the things that bring people together? I'll tell you one of the shows that brings people together. The show Yellowstone.
I haven't seen it. I've seen the ads. What are they in season 5 now or something?
Something like that. But that show really reaches across the aisle.
Ooh.
Everybody loves Yellowstone. I
All right.
also haven't seen it, but I've seen the healing powers of Yellowstone on, my family.
Bringing people together. From the one image I remember seeing recently, I completely know what you're talking about. Everybody's appreciating it.
Yeah.
Number 4 for Democratic, favoring social equality. And then also, this is fantastic,
I love
not
it.
snobbish.
Not snobbish, people.
Let's
Not
say it again.
snobbish.
Democratic is not snobbish.
The whole painting of the Democratic Party as the elite is just so LOL to me.
Yeah. Did you see that movie? Oh, I'm blanking on the name. Starts with an H.
Horton
Oh,
Hears
boy.
a Who.
Yes, that was the one. The political things and Horton Hears a Who are just, it's the underbelly.
It's an undertone kind of thing.
Oh, I think it's called Hunt. Is it The Hunt or The Hunted? The Hunt. Betty Gilpin, Hilary Swank. Did you ever see that movie?
I did.
That one talks a lot about the elite and people with money and, the two different sides. They're really good about sort of not saying it, but also saying it at the same time. It's an interesting movie. Did you like it?
I didn't see it.
Oh, I thought you said you did. My bad.
No.
My bad. Yeah, it's worth watching. There's a lot of statements going on in there, and some people are quite snobbish in that movie.
Look, I love snobs. I love a snob.
When it's appropriate, I like a snob. Yeah. Democratically is an adverb, and that finishes up democratic. But we are not done with these types of words. Punchline drum.
Dudunch.
The next word is democratic centralism. 2 words, noun from 1926. This is a principle of Communist Party organization by which members take part in policy discussions and elections at all levels, but must follow decisions made at higher levels.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know enough about communism. I know, the basics of like, okay, everybody gets the stuff, but it doesn't work great in real life, I guess.
Yeah, like how are decisions made if not by majority? I don't know this. I should know more about communism because people talk about communism all the time.
Yep.
But, I don't know. I don't know how they make decisions. I assume decisions are made at high levels, but then how do you figure out who's going to be the high level person,
Right. How do you know? So members take part in policy discussion. So it's more of a discussion, and then that's how they make decisions. And then, but they must follow the decisions from the higher level. So, but yeah, democratic centralism, I wonder where the name comes from. Because it's by the people, I guess. Democratic, it's the people who are deciding. But centralism, I don't know. Maybe we need to put a link in the show notes for this one too.
Yeah, I think we must, because I got to figure this out.
Yeah. Okay, we have one more word for this episode. It is Democratic Republican. 2 words with a hyphen, and the first letters are capitalized. From our point of view these days, it looks like this is 2 things that don't match, but clearly our parties came from this. That's what it seems like to me. Democratic Republican is an adjective from 1818. That was a long time ago. That was over 200 years ago. Of or relating to a major American political party of the early 19th century, maybe around 1818, favoring a strict interpretation of the Constitution to restrict the powers of the federal government and emphasizing states' rights.
Interesting.
So, based on that, it seems to me, with the small amount of knowledge that I have, that that's more about the Republican Party these days matches that definition more than the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they're very, very pro states' rights. But here's the thing. I think they weaponize states' rights in a lot of ways. Like, I'm very much pro you make the decisions you need to make for your state. But I think that they do that mainly for the things that are federally restricted that they don't agree with. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, women's health care and things like that, where they are like finding any way that they can to get around certain federal rules that are actually kind of not that bad. So yeah, they really took that from the Democratic Republican and they really made it theirs. So good for them, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and I'm also really curious now about, well, how did the Democratic Party come from this? Because when we saw Democratic, it said that it was from the Anti-Federalists and the Democratic Republican Party. So, but this didn't really say anything that these days Democrats believe in. So
I feel like there's more to the Democratic Republic. I feel like that's just scratching the surface of Democratic Republican Party. And I think we got another link for the show notes, people.
Oh, we do. We have so many links. This is going to be a link-tastic episode.
Link-tastic.
This definition is only 3 lines long, so you can really only go so far in a
Not
short little
long
definition.
Enough. Yeah.
No, we need, like, I don't know, an encyclopedia where we can have longer explanations of things. I'm
Did we finish that one?
We did. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's so much to talk about more, but, you know, we talked a lot about democracy and all those fun things. Yeah. Would you like to pick the word of the episode?
Word of the episode?
I will reread them for you if you like.
No, I know it.
Oh, you know it. Okay, for the people, I'm going to reread them because maybe they want to play at home.
Okay.
We have demiurge, demi-world, demo, demob, demobilize, democracy, democrat, democratic centralism, and democratic republican. What do you got?
Clear winner, democracy. It takes up most of the page. It's the biggest idea. It means so much to so many people. Democracy wins.
And so many people don't even know what it means, clearly.
Now they do.
Was when I gave you the images of the sections that we could do, did you choose this one because of the word democracy?
I got excited about it. I wanted to define it, and I think that it's a definition that, I wish more people would hear. And it made me, I was like, ooh, yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, the question that you said people were asking, like, do you believe in democracy or something like that? It's on par with, like, how many moons does the Earth have? And people, like on Jay Leno or whoever would do those questions, just ask random people. And people don't know the answers to these incredibly, I don't know, simple, common sense things. And I feel like, yes, democracy is a harder concept than moons, but still, it's like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, people.
It's funny.
Would you like to sing a song about democracy or no?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, I would. Are you ready?
I'm ready, always.
Okay. I don't have any instruments close by.
Perfect.
Are you
Better.
ready?
Wait. Yes.
Okay. Once I was a small girl down on the bayou thinking about words, and one that I thought of was democracy, and democracy made my head hurt because so many people, they don't know what it means. And then I looked on my Instagram down on the bayou and I thought, hey, yeah, lots of people are wrong, and look at me, I'm right because now I know the meaning.
You really understand the concept of this podcast, don't you? You and Aaron fit so well in this family. Thank you for that. That was wonderful.
Anytime.
If you were to play an instrument with it, what would it be? And would it have changed the song?
Probably I would spoons.
Oh, yes. That's a very spoony song.
Spoons on my knee.
You're a good old spoon clapper.
I'm a spoon clapping kind of girl.
We didn't chat about this, and I'm sure you have to run, but real quick, maybe we can talk just a tiny little bit about animal activism, because I know we chatted about that before off
Oh
air.
yeah. Look, I was just talking today. I have a lot of emotion about. I saw a squirrel that was dead on the road, and for some reason that like opened the floodgates of what we do to animals on a daily basis is so utterly heartbreaking and massive on a global scale. It's killing billions of animals every year. It's killing people. It's putting workers in a terrible situation. There's literally nothing good about animal agriculture or eating animals for food. Also, just on an energetic level, you are putting so much suffering into your body. You are eating pain. And it's so easy to be vegan. It's just so easy to not eat whatever. If you want to eat dairy, I don't care. If you want to eat fish, sometimes I don't even care. But like, do your best to
Right.
create less suffering in this world and to live a more compassionate life. Like, it's very, very easy to make choices every day that make the world easier with less suffering. And that is how I feel about animal activism.
And that is exactly how I feel too. And the listeners, the small handful of listeners on this podcast, have heard me say things like that on occasion. And so, I have a similarly minded person here, and we gotta talk about it just enough. Just what you said is perfect. There's so many benefits, from the suffering to the health benefits to the climate benefits to all those things. It's kind of a no-brainer. And yeah, like you said, just minimize. Just do your best. Do what you can.
Be one less person creating suffering on a already ailing planet. You know?
Yeah, because we got a lot of work to do to
Yeah.
fix this planet.
Yeah.
On that note,
Let's go out and fix the planet.
yay, democracy! There's something.
Yeah.
That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much to Lindsay being on this podcast, being on this episode. Thank you to Aaron for being on the previous one like a week and a half ago. And I can't wait to be on your show and to have you guys on this show again. I mean, hey, we got a bunch of letters, so come back for the E's maybe.
Yay, would love it.
Yeah, that is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Spencer.
And until next time, this is Spencer and Lindsay dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. This is the podcast. It's my podcast. Hello, how are you? I'm reading the words, and I'm reading the definitions and the etymologies and the synonyms, and then I have a little chat about it with myself, because nobody else will talk to me about these things. No, actually, that's a lie, because just yesterday, the previous episode probably should have, hopefully, fingers crossed, had a guest, and I'm sure it was fantastic. So go check out Lindsay Hicks and Aaron Corney and their podcast, Human Values, and then also their network, Human Content, because it's content made by humans, for humans, by humans, about humans, fed by humans. Okay, let's talk about... Oh, we have such a fun section of words today. There's so many different things. The first word is democratize. D-E-M-O-C-R-A-T-R-A. What? D-E-M-O-C-R-A-T-I-Z-E. Transitive verb from 1798. To make democratic. Democratic? Democratic. Democratization is a noun, and democratizer is also a noun. The act of making something democratic, and then, of course, yesterday we had a whole big conversation about democracy and Democrat and democratic and other stuff, and I think it was probably very fun. Okay, the sound effect is going to be... The next word is demode. 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 D-E-M-O-D-E. And then there is an accent on both of the E's. It's boop. Demode. Adjective from 1873. No longer fashionable. Out of date is the synonym. And I hope that this podcast is never demode. It just becomes more mode. It's just day plus mode, which is the French mode, and maybe what's mode? We'll learn about mode in the M's. Out of date, No longer fashionable. I have never been fashionable, so I was just never mode. What was the sound effect that I just did? Something. The next word is demoted. Now, this is not like you are getting demoted in your job. That one, I think, is going to be... that's in a couple episodes from now. This one is DEMODED, adjective from 1887. And the synonym is just démodé. Again, so it's just no longer fashionable and out of date, is demoted. That's probably the one that we have heard more in English. The next word. Demodulate. This is a transitive verb from 1927. To extract the information from, and you are extracting it from, a modulated signal. So the signal is modulated, so you have to demodulate it to get the information in it. Ooh, what might this information be? I don't know. It doesn't tell me, but we can take a guess. Maybe it's a signal from an alien species. Demodulation is a noun, and demodulator is a noun. And I think maybe when we get to modulate, we're going to figure out how to put effects on my voice, modulate it in some way. It would be great if we could have somebody who could do it live, somebody who has electronics and stuff. We got a ways to go until that one. Okay, the next word. This is a word that a lot of people have learned about recently in the last 5 or so years. I think maybe a lot of people didn't know about this word before. I didn't. It's demogorgon or demogorgon. You can say demogorgon, and I always hear it demogorgon, capital DEMOGORGON. Noun from all the way back to 1590. Yeah. A mysterious spirit or deity, often explained as a primeval creator god who antedates. It predates the gods of Greek mythology. It goes all the way before the Greek gods. That's a very old god. The Demogorgon or the Demogorgon. Well, I think this is related, probably. It's pronounced Demogorgon probably because it's related to demon, which is going to be the last word in this episode. Should have had a demon expert on this one. Yeah, Demogorgon, I think it is a character in Dungeons and Dragons. Clearly they got it from this whole pre-Greek thing. And then of course, Stranger Things. They took it and made it very popular. The next word. Demographic or demographic. First form. Also, it could be demographical. Adjective from 1882. 1. Of or relating to demography or demographics. Demography, I think. Yep. And that's the first one. And then number 2 is relating to the dynamic balance of a population, especially with regard to density and capacity for expansion or decline. What are the demographics of a place? What makes up a city? What types of people? What races are they? What ages are they? All those different things. What are the demographics of a place? Demographically, that is an adverb. Can you do something demographically in a way that relates to the dynamic balance of a population, especially with regard to density and capacity for expansion or decline? The second form of demographic is a noun from circa 1966. So this one's a lot later. What is that, like 80 years? Number 1 is plural, so it's demographics. The statistical characteristics of human population. Now this is the one that I think I was thinking more of. It always happens that way. The statistical characteristics of human populations used especially to identify markets. So, in politics especially, and there's a lot of people over there. We want to get their votes. So we're gonna put all of our ads in their demographic area. And examples of the characteristics would be things like age or income. Those people have a lot of money. Let's talk to them. Those people don't have a lot of money. Let's talk to them. Whatever sort of demographic you want to talk to, you look at those. You look at the demographics. 2. A market or segment of the population identified by demographics. The next word is demography. So the first definition for the first form of demographic was of or relating to demography or demographics. So demography is a noun from 1880. The statistical study of human populations, especially with reference to size and density, distribution, and vital statistics. Like, what are their vitals? What's their heart rate? What's their blood pressure? What's their weight? What's their height? What's their heart sound like? What's their lungs sound like? Demographer is a noun, and this is the one where we get the etymology for these last 3 words. It is from the Greek demos, and I have to imagine that we talked about similar etymology yesterday. Yeah, I think we did. We did in the future. So Greek demos, which means people, then just the graphy suffix added to the end. So it's the stuff about the people. The next word. Demoiselle. 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 Noun from 1520. Number 1 is a young lady. And number 2 is the synonym damselfish. We talked about that one a while ago. Did we also have, not dragonfish? We had damselfly. I remember that. And dragonfly, which I thought was interesting. Damselfish, don't remember. It's a fish. So demoiselle is French. From the Old French, demoiselle, and there's more at the word damsel. Just the damsel in distress is a young lady, is a demoiselle. Just the French way to say it. The next word is De Moivre's theorem. De Moivre's theorem, or Demoivre's. That seems like the better way to say it. De Moivre's, I think that's it. De Moivre's theorem, or De Moivre's theorem. Oh, it's the theorem of De Moivre. This is spelled capital D-E, capital M-O-I-V-R-E apostrophe S. And that's why we here Americans like to say De Moivre's, but that's not proper. Noun from 1840. Ooh, it's multi-line. A theorem of complex numbers. Okay, that's the whole thing, but we have a lot more. The nth power of a complex number. What? So the theorem is the nth power of a complex number has, for its absolute value and its argument respectively, the nth power of the absolute value and n times the argument of the complex number. What? Please repeat. Nope, we will not repeat. This is too much for my brain to handle. But I can tell you that this is from, what do you think? Do you think this person's last name is De Moivre? It is Abraham De Moivre, or De Moivre? De Moivre. French mathematician who died in 1754, and this theorem was coined in 1840, so that's a whole lot of years later. Did they retroactively name this theorem after Abraham? Maybe he came up with it, and then later they were like, oh, he was onto something. I don't know. Maybe I'll put a link in the show notes if you want to learn more about De Moivre's theorem. The next word. Demolish. This is a transitive verb from 70. This is a very fun thing. You watch the home shows, the demolishing is the best part. 1A, the synonyms are tear down and raise. R-A. If you didn't know how to spell the word, you'd be like, wait a minute. Tear down and also raise up? No, not that raise. R-A-Z-E. Like, you can raise people. I can't think of exactly, like, make fun of them or give them crap, that kind of thing. So that's what we're talking about here. It's more like, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, it's more like tear down, demolishing their ego, their personality, their something. But maybe raise also fits for literally tearing a thing down. 1B, to break to pieces, and the synonym is smash. Smash them pumpkins, break them into pieces. This is my last resort. We are going to demolish the pumpkins. 2A, to do away with, and the synonym is destroy. 2B, to strip of any pretense of merit or credence. All of its good merits, things that make it a thing, is gone. Demolisher is a noun, and demolishment is a noun. Oh, that Altoid mint, I'm going to demolish it. This is from, let's see, so many things. Latin demolere, which is from de, plus molere, which means to construct. Molere is to construct, so demolere must mean probably to deconstruct. Also from their word moles, which looks like moles, which means mass. And there is more at the word mole. Oh, but mole, isn't that a thing in chemistry about the mass of a thing? We'll get there later. Don't you worry. Hope you stick around to come back to that. So yeah, demolish. When I was a kid, we had like a little broken down bathroom in our basement, but it flooded, and they wanted to redo the basement because it was kind of one of those kind of old creepy basements a little bit, and we wanted to make it nice. And so my dad went to demolish it, and I, just for a little bit, I went to help him. Man, I must have been somewhere between 3 and 5 years old. Could have been 6, I guess, but I felt like I was pretty young. And I just remember I was able to, well, I don't think I picked up a sledgehammer, but I had something, got to hit the walls. That's not a thing that most people get to do very often, especially a kid. That's so much fun. Got to help demolish a tiny little nasty bathroom. I don't get to demolish things enough. I think we need to do that more. The next word, demolition, or demolition, if you like to say it that way. Maybe there's a demon involved in the demolition. Noun from 1549. 1. The act of demolishing, especially deconstruction in war by means of explosives. Number 2 is plural, explosives for destruction in war. And demolitionist is a noun, someone who loves to demolish things. That's all they want to do in life, is just demolish. The next word, demolition derby. 2 words, noun from circa 1953. All the way back in the 50s, they thought it would be so fun to watch cars smash each other up. 1. A contest in which skilled drivers, it's very important that they're skilled, because if they are unskilled, that's a whole different game, but largely the same. A contest in which skilled drivers ram old cars into one another until only one car remains running. Oh, it's spot on. I can understand that definition for sure. It's such a funny thing. I want to be there, a fly on the wall in the meeting of, I know, I have a good idea. Let's just smash cars into each other. They're going to get destroyed anyway because they're pretty crappy and old, but let's have some fun with it. Number 2, something that resembles a demolition derby in destructiveness. So it's not literally a contest, but it looks like it might as well be. Just things getting smashed up. I think I did actually go to a demolition derby once. That was kind of fun. There is one more word for this episode. It is demon, spelled either D-E-M-O-N or D-A-E-M-O-N. That's the older way to spell it, I think. Noun from the 13th century. Number 1A, I first have to say I reject any demons who want to come into this space. You cannot come over here. You cannot inhibit my my recorder or myself or anything. I do not accept you, demons. 1A, an evil spirit. 1B, a source or agent of evil, harm, distress, or ruin. That's a lot of things. Number 2, this one is 2 and 3 are usually the second spelling, D-A-E-M-O-N. So number 2 is an attendant, power, or spirit. An attendant, power, or spirit. I don't fully understand what that means, and the synonym is not helpful. It's genius. Genius. That's a thinker, because I'm not a genius or a demon. Number 3, alternate spelling, a supernatural being of Greek mythology intermediate between gods and men. That's interesting, especially because if we go to Demogorgon, that's got to be related, and but that's before. Oh, wait. I think I made a mistake, and some of you were probably very mad, so I hope you listen to this whole thing to hear me fix my mistake. It says that they antedate the gods of Greek mythology, which I think actually means after. Isn't anti after? Do we have to do a quick little check? I'm pretty sure it is, because there's another word that's before, but then there's, I get confused because there's like ancestor, which is before, but it's kind of a different thing, and there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of prefixes to keep track of in your brain. Okay, A-N-T-E. Here's the prefix. No, wait, it does say prior or earlier. So you know what? I apologize. I've messed up twice now. Oh, you can't get anything good out of me these days. Okay, but this one, demon, is between the gods and men. So it goes Demogorgon, the gods, the demons, and the men's. I think that's, the men's. We're using that incorrectly. Number 4, for demon, one that has exceptional enthusiasm, drive, or effectiveness. As in, a demon for work. I don't think I've heard this used in that way. Oh, I have so much drive to read the dictionary. I'm a dictionary? No, I'm a dictionary? I'm a demon for the dictionary. That's a new one. Demonian is an adjective. Demonian. Demonization is a noun, and demonize is a transitive verb. Making something a demon or calling something a demon. Demon. I'm trying to think of other things. There's a lot of movies where they talk about demons and things, and we watch a lot of those movies, and that's the demon. That's the demon. So we have to pick a word of the episode, and it's going to be hard because I liked a lot of these. We had democratize, demode, demoted, demodulate, demogorgon or demogorgon, demographic, demography, demoiselle, Demoivre's theorem, demolish, demolition, demolition derby, and demon. I feel like if I were to pick demon, then this episode might be cursed, so I don't know if we want to do that. Maybe the same with demogorgon. Let's see. I mean, maybe we're not going to do the theorem because that was just too much for my brain to handle. I'm almost leaning towards demolition derby. Not that I am the biggest fan of just things going to waste, but if a thing is pretty messed up anyway, if a car, a vehicle, then, maybe let's have it go out in style. But you got to be really careful. There's a high chance for explosions probably and injuries, so be super safe. I guess we just have to pick demolition derby.
Demolition derby, demolition derby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening to this podcast and all the past and future episodes. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to this episode of the dictionary. And I think I just got to turn my headphones up a little bit because I'm in a different place and this sounds better. All right. Hello, everybody. The first word in this episode is demonetize. demonetize. It is a transitive verb from 1852. 1. To stop using as a monetary standard. And the example of the thing that you are not using anymore is a metal. metal. So what? You're not using a metal. It doesn't count as money anymore, this metal. It's no more. It has been demonetized. Number 2, to deprive of value for official payment. Demonetization is a noun. Ooh, it is sound effect. Ooh, we're going to go, ah! Ooh, that might be too much. Maybe I'll try and tone it down. The next word is demoniac. Demoniac, first form. Also, demoniacal? No, demoniacal. That's another way to say this word. It is an adjective from the 14th century. 1. Possessed or influenced by a demon. That is what that sound effect is. It's like I'm being possessed or influenced by a demon. Number 2. The synonym is demonic, which is coming up, mere seconds from now. As in, demoniac rage. And I don't think anybody uses this form of this word anymore. I think we just use demonic. Demoniacally is an adverb. Let's see, the etymology. Yeah, it's just from demon. There's nothing else other than that. The next word. It's the second form of demoniac. This one is a noun from the 14th century, and it's just one possessed by a demon. So the last one was the adjective. It's somebody's acting like a demoniac, or they have that characteristic. And the second form is the one who is actually possessed by a demon. Ow! The next word is demonic, or demonic. Also demonical. I don't have glasses. I have a demonical in front of one of my eyes. Adjective from 1662 of relating to or suggestive of a demon. And the synonym is fiendish. Not friendish, fiendish. As in demonic cruelty. That's the type of cruelty that a demon would do, but maybe it's done by somebody who's not a demon, but they're acting like a demon because they're being cruel. Also as in demonic laughter. Okay, the demonically, that is an adverb. No etymology. Next word. Yeah. Demonology. If this has not been on the podcast ologies, it's definitely going to have to be. Demonology. Noun from 1597. 1. The study of demons or evil spirits. 2. Belief in demons. Also, a doctrine of evil spirits. So if you just believe in them, just believe in demons, it's demonology. Again, I shall say, I do not accept any demons coming into me or the recording or this space or anything like that. Hey, you know what? You got to be safe. Better safe than sorry. 3. A catalog of enemies. Catalog of enemies? As in, the liberal creed at the time put big business in a central place in its demonology. The liberal creed at that time put big business in a central place in its demonology. So they put big business on their catalog of enemies. Is that what it's saying? That's a quote from Carl Kaysen, Kaysen. Interesting quote. I wonder if this was the only time they ever used it, and that's why they had to put this number 3 definition in there just for that one thing. Demonological is an adjective, and demonologist is a noun. And of course, it would have been fantastic to have a demonologist on this episode. If you are a demonologist or you know one, please have them contact me and then, or leave a voicemail or do something and we'll get it in a future episode because I want to know what you have to say just about stuff. The next word is demonstrable. That is how you pronounce that word, demonstrable. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Capable of being demonstrated. Now we could say demonstrable, but I don't think that sounds silly. Demonstrable? No, demonstrable. But it does sort of sound like a demon or a monster or something. But no, it's just, it can be demonstrated. I'm demonstrating all of these words to you, so this is demonstrable. Number 2. The synonyms are apparent and evident. Demonstrability is a noun, and demonstrably is an adverb. The next word is demonstrate. Verb from 1548, starting with transitive. 1. To show clearly. If you show a thing clear, this is a very important word. Show it clearly, don't be vague, demonstrate properly. If you're trying to teach somebody a thing, be demonstrable. To show clearly, as in, demonstrate a willingness to cooperate. I am willing to cooperate. I am showing you clearly that I am willing to cooperate. That is demonstrate. 2a. To prove or make clear by reasoning or evidence. 2b. To illustrate and explain, especially with many examples, as in, demonstrate a procedure. I try to demonstrate more information about these definitions as I come across them, but sometimes I just don't know them and I can't give you many examples. I really, really want to, but I'm just not that smart. 3. To show or prove the value or efficiency of to a prospective buyer, as in, demonstrate a new product. Oh, this product is so great. Have you ever had a problem where this thing pours on your head? Look at this new product. I'm going to demonstrate it for you right now, and it's so good. It's so good. Intransitive. To make a demonstration, as in, crowds demonstrating for the right to vote. And I think they're in the right to get the right to vote. They should have the right to vote. Everybody should have the right to vote. A synonym for all is the word show. This is from the Latin verb demonstrare, which is de, plus monstrare, which means to show. And there's more at the word muster. Muster up the stuff. The next word is demonstration, noun from the 14th century. 1. An act, process, or means of demonstrating to the intelligence. The act, process, or means of demonstrating to the intelligence, as 1a1. Conclusive evidence, synonym is proof. 1a2. It is the number 5 definition for the word derivation. You gotta wait a little bit to get there. Not too long. 1b. A showing of the merits of a product or service to a prospective consumer. Demonstrate. So yeah, I'm trying to think. It's demonstration. If you go to a thing, you go to like some sort of convention, and they gotta buy the things, and then people gotta demonstrate how to use the thing, like a vacuum, like a rag, and they put on a demonstration. Number 2, an outward expression or display. 3, a show of armed force. 4, a public display of group feelings towards a person or cause. That's where people are going to go out and they're going to say, hey, we feel a certain way about this thing or this cause or this person or that stuff over there. And so we're going to put on a demonstration. We've been seeing a lot more of those recently. Hopefully they are all nonviolent and just get their point across. Demonstrational is an adjective. The next word is demonstrative. Nope. I think you would actually say demonstrative. Yeah, this is one of those weird ones. Demonstrative. I want to say demonstrative, but I'm wrong, I guess. First form, adjective from the 14th century, 1A. Demonstrating as real or true. Not fake or false, real or true. 1B. Characterized or established by demonstration. We are using demonstration to show how this thing works, and it is being demonstrative. It is demonstrative. 2. Pointing out the one referred to and distinguishing it from others of the same class, as in demonstrative pronouns. So they demonstrate what they are all about. They point out to the thing referred to, and they distinguish it from others. So yes, they're demonstrating what they are specifically and how they're different from other things. 3A. Marked by display of feeling. Feelings. 3B. Inclined to display feelings openly. I think we all need to be a bit better about that, maybe, but if you don't want to, you don't have to. Demonstratively or demonstratively, that is an adverb, and demonstrativeness or demonstrativeness is a noun. And I am officially saying that those other pronunciations are perfectly fine. The next word is the second form of demonstrative. This is a noun from the 15th century. A demonstrative word or morpheme. So I guess in the previous example, there was demonstrative pronouns, and I guess any word that probably points out the one referred to and distinguishes it from others in the same class, that would be a demonstrative word or morpheme. Yeah! The next word is demonstrator. Noun from 1611, demonstrator. One that demonstrates. This word sounds so weird now. A product, as an automobile, used to demonstrate performance or merits to prospective buyers. Again, it's the same kind of thing as all the other things. The product is the demonstrator. The person can be the demonstrator, like B, a person who engages in a public demonstration, also using a demonstrator to do a demonstration and demonstrate things in a demonstrative way. Okay, we have one more word for this episode. Sounds like a gremlin. The last word is demoralize. 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 This is a transitive verb. Oh, wait, do we have another word? No. Wait. No. It's just a very long thing. Okay, transitive verb from circa 1793. 1. To corrupt the morals of. They got the morals and you're corrupting them. You're saying, nope, sorry, your morals, we gotta change them. We're gonna demoralize you. 2A. To weaken the morale of. Synonyms are discourage and dispirit. 2B. To upset or destroy the normal functioning of. 2C. To throw into disorder. Just make everything chaos. Just chaos it up, and you are demoralizing it. Something. Demoralization. Demoralization, that is a noun. Demoralizer, pronounced all the different ways, that is a noun. And demoralizingly is an adverb. I think that word demoralized me. Demoralizingly? All right, we got to pick a word of the episode. We had demonetize, demoniac, demonic, demonology, demonstrable, demonstrate, demonstration, demonstrative, demonstrator, and demoralize. I genuinely don't. I mean, we had demons and demonstrating. That's what mostly this was all about. Okay. Well, which direction are we going to go, and then that'll make us pick a thing. I mean, I feel like it probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to pick anything about demons, but although I do find demonology interesting, we watch a lot of horror movies, and so demons are brought up quite often in the horror genre. But I also really like the idea of a demonstration. Not how to use a product, more about people taken to the streets to show their support for a thing or how they don't believe in a thing. And we had a lot of those demonstrations in the last 6 years or so. We had the Women's March and the Science March and so many other marches across the country for so many things. George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, all of those things. And so I feel like a demonstration is the way to go. Make it non-violent. Yeah. That is going to be the end of this episode. I did speed through it a little bit. I've got some stuff I got to do, but I really wanted to get one in. And we had such a good time today. Such a fun time. I am recording this at the beginning of October, so we started watching our 31 horror movies. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to 31, but I have seen a few. What did we watch? We watched Orphan, First Kill, and Hocus Pocus 2, which I am going to totally count as a horror movie. And we watched The Bride of Frankenstein. Ooh, that is not what I expected, and it's totally worth watching. Right after you watch Frankenstein. These are the ones from the 30s. Go watch them. It's some interesting, fun stuff in there. There was another one, can't remember. We did watch the new Monsters movie by Rob Zombie. We did watch that on September 30th, but we're totally counting it for October. And this is his first kid-friendly movie. So if you like his style, but you also like the Munsters, and you got some kids, or you are some kids, I think that is a really fun movie to watch. It's very silly and fun. All right, now we got to end this. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye! Ah! Hello, word nerds. Wow, this is loud. What happened? I think it's because I was in a different space, and so I had to turn the headphones up, and now I'm back in the other space. Hey, it's dictionary time, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between. I don't know the best way to say that phrase. Tell me what I should say, because I would like to be respectful of all the people and not be such a dumbass. Okay, hey, it's time to read the dictionary. Everybody, this still feels a little loud. Maybe if I just pull it away from my mouth, it'll be better. Okay. The first word, hopefully we come up with a sound effect at some point in the brain. The first word in this episode, Demos. D-E-M-O-S. Demos. Noun from 1806. The synonym is populace. So I think that's the population. That's the population of a place. It should be populace. Populace. That's the word. Number 2. The common people of an ancient Greek state. Haha, they're so common. The common people. I think, yes, this is from the Greek demos, and it doesn't actually tell me what demos means, but they probably did that because they've shown it to us so many times in the last few episodes, because, the dictionary is laid out like episodes. And so they've already told us that demos means people. It's the peoples, the peeps, my peeps. It's literally the same word, demos. Maybe that's how they pronounce it, demos. My brain wants to say demos in Greek, but I don't know Greek. Still don't know it. There's more at the word demagogue. And I do feel like I need a little bit of a reminder of what that word means again. I think it's right over here. It's, what is it? The leader. And then stuff, the leader championing the cause of the common people. Why don't I remember this? Because I'm an idiot. To treat in demagogic manner. So, leader of the common people. Whether or not, yeah. Is this the one where I said this is Trump because it's a leader who makes use of popular prejudices and false claims and promises in order to gain power? Yes, that is one definition of demagogue. I remember this. It's all coming back to me. Also, a leader. I'm rereading definitions that we already did, but it helps to get my brain around it. A leader championing the cause of the common people. So that one seems, and I don't think I thought about this at the time, but these seem like different uses of the word. One of them is a leader who champions the cause of the common people. That seems like a pretty good thing. Probably somebody to be celebrated. But the other one is still that, but it also has someone who follows false claims and is all about wanting the power. And that's a whole other version of this leader person. So yeah, it could be I guess a good thing, potentially good thing, or it could be a bad thing depending on your outlook on all of the sides to the story. So yeah, that's a demagogue. It's a fascinating word because it can be both. I think the number 2 is the one that came first, and then probably at some point there was somebody who did these things. They pulled a Trump, is what I like to say. And then that's the number 1 definition became the thing that we remember this word as, demagogue. But it seems like it should be a leader for the people. That seems like a good thing to be, right? It's because the common people need a voice. But there's a lot of them. They got a lot of voices. Anyway. So it's the common people. So the common people are the demos, and they are led by the demagogue, because it does say there's more at the word demagogue. Boy, we talked about that one a lot. We're gonna go. That is going to be the sound effect. The next word is demote. This is a verb from circa 1891. Number 1, to reduce to a lower grade or rank. Demote. Number 2, to relegate. To relegate in a less important position. It's going down. Demotion is a noun. That's when you get a demotion, and then there's the act of demoting. Here's the thing. I did do this. I demoted myself once because I had a decent job at a big box store working in the electronics place, and then I got fed up with it. So I said, you know what? Can I go be a cart pusher? And I thought that, during the summer, get to be outside, get to be active, don't have to deal with people. Oh, here's the thing. You still have to deal with people, and they're all still idiots. I think we all know everybody is an idiot. Even us. So yeah, that was a fun job, but it got irritating. But, it was something different. So, yay, demotion. Luckily, I was able to do that. Most people can't. I was very lucky about that. The next word. It is demotic. Demotic, adjective from 1822. Number 1, of relating to or written in a simplified form of the ancient Egyptian hieratic writing. Of relating to or the simplified form of, so their hieroglyphs is what they write in. So is this an ancient version of that? In a simplified form of it is the demotic, I think. Number 2, the synonyms are popular and common, as in demotic idiom. It is an idiom that is very common. People say it all the time. What's an example of an idiom? You should be able to come up with that right now, but you can't. It's something like don't beat a dead horse, or kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or feed 2 birds with 1 bread. It's a popular idiom. Are there popular idioms? Number 3, for demotic. Of or relating to the form of modern Greek that is based on everyday speech. I know that siren is very, very loud, but I hope it's not so loud that it's irritating you. But, now that I said that, I probably need to reread it again. Of or relating to the form of modern Greek that is based on everyday speech. This is what the Greek people say. This is the common people's speech version of Greek. We don't really have names for it. Maybe we do, maybe somebody does, but there's different versions of the same language. There's what the common people speak, the popular way to say it. There's formal and informal. That's kind of the main thing. But I feel like there's probably even more than that. So what demotic modern Greek? Great. This seems like it's all about the idea of something that's, common and popular. The etymology, it is from the Greek demotes, which means commoner. So there you go, right there. Braka. The next word is demount. Transitive verb from circa 1930, number 1, to remove from a mounted position. It's mounted up there. Maybe it's a piece of art above the fireplace. What do you call that? The hearth? The thing? That's the thing. There's art up mounted above there, but you know what? You're sick of it, so you're going to demount it off the wall. Number 2, synonym is disassemble. Disassemble. What context would you use that? Demountable is an adjective. Oh, that is something that's... Oh, you can demount it. I was thinking it's something that is just not demountable. What would that be? Indemountable? Undemountable? There's no etymology. Ooh, demount. Yep, just things... A gymnast, when they're on those uneven bars, they eventually will demount. They also say dismount, though. The next word is demulcent. 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 Adjective from 1732. The synonym is the word soothing. And this is from the Latin verb demulcere or demulcere, which means to soothe, from de plus mulcere, which means to soothe as well. What? You put the de on and nothing changes. Why do these words exist? Why do we keep on seeing this? You change a word and it means the same? All right. Soothe, demulcent. Oh, that word sounds smooth. That's one of the best examples of a word that really fits its meaning, I think. Demulcent. Brrrah. The second form of demulcent is a noun from 1732, a usually mucilaginous or oily substance that can soothe or protect an abraded mucous membrane. The example of the substance is tragacanth. Tragacanth. Is that the word? Tragacanth? Tragacanth. NTH. Tragacanth. Trag something. It's a mucilaginous. What is this word mucilaginous? Is that it has mucus? That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, because then later it says an abraded mucous membrane. Demulcent. So it's the thing that you put on. It's the thing that soothes. It's like aloe. Is aloe a demulcent? Or is it a demulcent to some other thing? Is anything that soothes a thing a demulcent? This isn't very soothing. The next word is demultiplexer. This is like when you tear down a giant movie theater of 38 screens. Demultiplexer, noun from 1963, an electronic device that separates a multiplex signal into its component parts. It's a signal that has a whole bunch of stuff going on. It's a multiplex signal. Why are you listening to this? The next word is demur. Demur. First form intransitive verb from the 13th century. No, this is not the word demure. That's coming up. Number 1 for demur. It is archaic, and the synonyms are delay and hesitate. Don't hesitate. Delay. This is archaic. Number 2, to file a demurrer. That's another word that's coming up. It's a fun word to say. To file a demurrer with the rural juror. Number 3, to make exception. To make exception, and the synonym is object. Hope you're listening very carefully. Object. I take exception to what you said. I am going to file a demurrer. This is the demur verb. The demur verb with the rural juror. Okay, wow, this is the silliest thing ever. This is often used with the words to or at. To demur, or at demur. What does the etymology say? Can we learn more? This is from Middle English, demeren, which means to linger around. There's also mora, which means delay, and there's more with the word mora. Delay? Okay. Still don't have some great information yet. The second form of demur is a noun from the 13th century. I feel like they should switch these. Maybe the verb is used more often, but you put the noun first so you can read it, because obviously everybody reads the dictionary in order. You put the noun first so you know what the thing is. I think you need some context. Because we're going to get it now. Noun, 13th century. 1, hesitation, usually based on doubt of the acceptability of something offered or proposed. The example of the hesitation is in doing or accepting. So hesitation in doing or accepting, usually based on doubt of the acceptability of something offered or proposed. Is it just my brain, or is that a hard sentence to understand? Probably just me. Based on doubt and the acceptability. Number 2, the act or an instance of objecting. The synonym is protest. So if you are objecting to a thing and you go to a protest, you put on a protest, that protest is called a demur, I guess. If you are objecting, if you are writing a letter of complaint, that letter, maybe, would be a demur. When you are demurring, oh yes, if you file a demurrer, it is probably an objection to a thing. That's what I'm getting, I think. A synonym is the word qualm. This very much seems like it's used in the legal world. The next word. It is demure. There's an E at the end, so you know it's pronounced demure. Adjective from the 14th century. 1, synonyms are reserved and modest. 2, affectedly modest, reserved, or serious. Modest, reserved, or serious. Yes. I'm trying to think about myself, because that's what people should do. Was I modest, reserved, or serious? I think in some ways I kind of was, like, I was a demure kid in that way. Another synonym. There's another one. It's the synonym coy. But I don't know. There's something about this word. There's more. I think there's more to it than just reserved or modest. And maybe that's just in my brain. Maybe it's just the way that I've heard it used. But I feel like there's reserved and modest feels you get most of the way there, but maybe there's a little more. I feel like you need, I don't know, there's another word in there that should be used to describe demure. Demurely is an adverb, and demureness is a noun. That's it for demure. No more for you. Get out of here. Demurrage. Demurrage. Let's go get a demurrage. Nope, that's not how you use the words. We went to demurrage and it was so fun. Oh boy. D-E-M-U-R. R-A-G-E. The word rage is in there. Noun from 1641. Number 1. The detention of a ship by the freighter beyond the time allowed for loading, unloading, or sailing. The detention of a trip. So what is this? If they're late to something, they get a detention. Number 2, a charge for detaining a ship, freight car, or truck. So if you hold on to a thing longer than you're supposed to, I guess you get fined. And you have to pay, and it is a demurrage. You got to pay that demurrage. Next word is demurral. Demurral. Noun from 1810. The act or an instance of demurring. What is demurring? Let's see. Is it not the next word? Well, maybe it's the next word. Wait, where was demurring? Okay, this is the verb of just demur. So when you demur, you are demurring, and this is the one where you file a demurrer, or you take exception, you object to a thing. I am doing demurring. That's that. All right, I believe we are now on demurrer, which was in that definition. To file a demurrer. First form, noun from circa 1521. 1. A response in a court proceeding in which the defendant does not dispute the truth of the allegation, but claims it is not sufficient grounds to justify legal action. That's what it is. You're saying, I'm not saying that the truth of the thing, what you say, is wrong, but I'm saying it's just not enough information to try my defendant. That is my demurrer. Number 2 is the synonym just objection. Objection is a demurrer. Why don't we use this anymore? Do we use this? Do we just use objection? Or is it only the people in the legal world who hear the word demurrer? Or did they just stop using it? The second form of demurrer, noun from 1711, one that demurs. Is it just me or these very silly sounding words? One that demurs is the demurrer. The next word is demyelinating. Demyelinating. You can spell it. Adjective from 1939, causing or characterized by the loss or destruction of myelin, as in demyelinating diseases, also as in a demyelinating agent. The agent is going to affect the disease. There's the loss or destruction of myelin. So the disease is destroying the myelin or getting rid of it. So that disease is demyelinating because it's demyelinating. And the agent, I guess a thing, can also do this. It's not a disease, but what sort of agent? Do you want this agent? You probably don't want this agent. Get that agent away from me. Demyelination is a noun. The next word is demystify. Transitive verb from 1963. To eliminate. There's another siren. It's like every day. To eliminate the mystifying features of. Hoo-hoo. Those features used to be so mystifying. But then we pulled down the curtain and we saw that they were not very mystifying at all. They were just totally normal like everybody else. We have demystified the mysterious. Demystification is a noun. The last word is demythologize. demythologize. It is a transitive verb from 1950. 1. To divest of mythological forms in order to uncover the meaning underlying them. To divest in mythological forms in order to uncover the meaning, underline them. The underlying meaning of the mythological forms? As in, demythologize the Gospels. Getting rid of all the myth in the Gospels. What is the myth in the Gospels? I don't know. I never read the Gospels, but I guess there's some myth in there. So is the mythological forms the meaning? Underline them? Number 2. To divest of mythical elements or associations. Don't take away my mythical elements. Don't demythologize me. Demythologize. Nope. Mythologization? Gization or jizzation? I think it's gization. Mythologization? That's what it says. It's right there in the pronunciation. Mythologization. And demythologizer is a noun. You have to really concentrate if that's not a word you're used to saying. Demythologize. Looks like we have reached the end of our rope and also the end of the words for this episode. We have a very specific amount designated for each episode, and we must stick to that. The words today were demos, demote, demotic, demount, demulcent, multiplexer, demur, demure, demurrage, demurral, demurrer, demyelinating, demystify, demythologize. Demystify, demythologize. Let's see. I kind of feel like, there's a couple of good ones. I kind of feel like, though, I may have to pick demote as the word of the episode because since I am the one who is reading, it's my connection to the word in whatever way that I choose. So because I demoted myself once, which I think is kind of funny, then I get to pick demote. Demote. It's probably not a good idea to demote yourself, but sometimes it happens. All right, that is the end of this episode. There is a cat sleeping on the bed, which doesn't usually happen, so it's very nice to look at it. All right. Thank you very much for listening. Until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information like he does. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Ooh, you may have gotten a little bit of an air bubble from the throat at the very beginning of that. Go back and listen. I just had some water, so, it happens. I would like to say, I always start this the same way. If you would like to listen to more of this show, and if you don't want this show to go away, maybe you should show some support, because if it doesn't get any, it's going to go bye-bye. Maybe. Probably not. We'll see. Anyway, go tell the people. Go write a review on Apple Podcasts and all the other places, because that's the fun thing to do. Just say some things about the show and click the 5 stars, and then your job is done, and I am grateful. I will read it on an episode. Ooh, maybe just say some fun stuff. If it gets a little too far, I probably won't read it. I'm not promising I'm going to read all of them, but say some fun stuff. What? Do all the other things. Twitter and Instagram is at dictionarypod. I hate saying this stuff. Email is dictionarypod@gmail.com. The phone number 917-527-727. No, crap. It's something. It's in the show notes. Go buy some stuff. That would be fun. Go join the Patreon. That would also be fun for everybody involved. Okay, it's word time. The first word is den. It is the first of the D-E-N words, and that'll go on for a bit. Should I try and get my dentist on this episode coming up? I probably will have made a decision by the time you hear this, but, let me know what you think. The first word is den, first form, noun from before the 12th century. Number 1, the lair of a wild, usually predatory animal. That's the end of the sentence. That's where they live, the den. Predator, what? A lion? A tiger? A bear? Oh my! Maybe wild hogs? Potentially. I don't know. Maybe how predatory are wild hogs? I don't know. 2A1. A hollow or cavern used especially as a hideout. Doesn't everybody want to hide out? I think when we grown up watching cartoons, everybody's got a hideout. Number 1A2. A center of secret activity. It's got to be secret if it's your hideout. Got your den. What do you got in your den? 2B. A small, usually squalid dwelling. That doesn't sound like a great hideout. Squalid. Find a new one. Call the realtor. Number 3. A comfortable, usually secluded room. I don't know. There is something nice about having a den in your house. Not everybody has a den. It sounds like a nice place. Let's go to the den. The Dells? No, the den. Probably a comfy rug in the den. Number 4. A subdivision of a Cub Scout pack made up of 2 or more boys. Oh, I guess so. If a Cub Scout group has more than 2 boys. Not just 2? No, 2 or more. So if there's a Cub Scout troop that has 1 person, it's not a den. Wait, what is it? It's not anything. It's just a kid standing around in silly clothes. But 2 or more boys, then it's a den. This is from the Old English denu, which means valley, because it's off by itself and it's comfy, but it could be squalid. And it's also from the Old High German tenny, which means threshing floor. That does not sound like a fun place to be. The threshing floor? Woohoo! Second form of den. This is a verb from the 13th century. Intransitive is to live in or retire to a den, as in polar bear's den in ice caves or snow drifts. Yeah, there's just a big old snowdrift, and they climb on in there and make themselves a little cave, a little den. What Planet Earth? Did that start with the bears coming out in the snow? That was an amazing scene to watch. Watching them coming out. How do they know when they come out of their den? Get that footage. All right. That was intransitive. So transitive for den, to drive into a den. Why would you drive into a den of something? What sort of den are you driving into? To drive into a den? Maybe to push something into a den? Boop, boop. The next word is den, capital D-E-N, abbreviation for Denmark. The place where the Danes live, right? Are they the Danes? Why aren't they the Dens? Bloop, bloop. The next word is denar? Denar. Denar or Danar. D-E-N-A-R. Noun from the 15th century. It says see the money table. And let's see, there's Macedonian, alternative dinar, ultimately from that, there's more, nope, not helpful at all, otherwise then it says Macedonian. Learn how to speak English, man. The next word, bleep, blurp. Denarius. Denarius. This is a noun from the 14th century. Daenerys, she's the one from Game of Thrones, right? Daenerys. This is Denarius. Sounds like a name from one of the guys in the Key and Peele football sketch. I'm pretty sure they had a denarius in there. Okay, this is number 1, a small silver coin of ancient Rome. So this makes sense. Our last word was denar, and this is denarius, one of those. Number 2, a gold coin. Ooh, went up from silver to gold. A gold coin of the Roman Empire, equivalent to 25 denarii. There's 2 I's at the end there. Ooh, so that's not going to be in here, but I guess the denarius is a big enough, important enough coin from the ancient Roman Empire. Why do I keep on saying that wrong? That they got to throw it in here. It's like the probably the equivalent of the dollar. We have a dollar made up of 100 pennies. The dollar is the important thing, I guess. Denarius, it shows a couple of pictures of this denarius, the front and the back of the coin, and they are very lovely, sort of etching style black and white drawings, quite detailed. I very much enjoy this. I wonder how they make these. But yeah, we'll post a picture of a denarius. Maybe we'll find one that looks like this. It's got Julius Caesar's head on the front. It's the profile. He's got the olive branches going around his head. It's your very standard, typical old Roman Empire thing that you got on your head. And it says some Latin around the sides. And then the back of it, so that would be heads. And then tails has some other text and things that I can't see what they are. A couple of long, skinny things and some other stuff. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes that explains it better than whatever that was. The next word is denationalize. Denationalize. Transitive verb from 1807. 1. To divest of national character or rights. You're getting away from any national character or rights. Number 2, to remove from ownership or control by the national government. It is not owned by the national government anymore, so it has been denationalized. I think that's what it just said. Denationalization. That is a noun. Boop. The next word is denaturalize. Transitive verb from 1800. Number 1, to make unnatural. So you're getting rid of the natural part of the thing. It is now unnatural. Number 2, to deprive of the rights and duties of a citizen. They were a citizen. They were a naturalized citizen. That's a phrase I've heard before. People have said that. And so you are naturalized if you are a citizen. But then if you take away those rights and the duties that they have to do, they are denaturalized. What? Well, I think, what was that? When someone defects to another country, that might be a process of denaturalizing, I think. I don't know the other ones. Denaturalization is a noun. And sorry, I have had an allergy thing for the last 4 frickin' days, and this is kind of the end of it, but it's still going on a little bit in the sinuses. The next word is denature, verb from 1685. Starting with transitive. 1, the synonym is dehumanize. It's to denature. Getting rid of our natural tendencies to be human. Number 2, to deprive of natural qualities. Also, change the nature of. If you change the nature of something, you are denaturizing it. That makes sense. Pretty clear. 2a. So it said as, 2a, to make unfit for drinking without impairing usefulness of other purposes. Okay, this one has a lot of parentheses, so let's read the whole thing, because that will be fun. To make alcohol unfit for drinking, as by adding an obnoxious substance without impairing usefulness for other purposes. Okay, I keep on getting distracted by different things in this definition. So when you denature alcohol, you are making it unfit for drinking. It's not able to be drunk because it now has an obnoxious substance in it. But you are not impairing its usefulness for other purposes. What other purposes might these be? Taking paint off the wall, some sort of oil off wood. Is this the kind of alcohol we're talking about? So it can do those things. It has an obnoxious substance in it, and you can't drink it. So yeah, like turpentine. I'm thinking that's maybe something that's been denatured, maybe? I don't know. I don't know my chemicals. To be, or not to be. To modify the molecular structure of, especially by heat, acid, alkali, or ultraviolet radiation, so as to destroy or diminish some of the original properties and especially the specific biological activity. What? Example, it said to modify the molecular structure of what? Of a protein or a DNA. And you're doing it by heat, acid, alkali, or ultraviolet radiation. Is this what happened to the Hulk? Did he get denatured when the gamma rays, his molecular structure got denatured, his DNA was changed because of this radiation, and then it destroys or diminishes some of the original properties. Oh, it's not what it used to be. It's a little bit different. Yep, the Hulk is a little bit different. And the specific biological activity. The Hulk got denatured. Here is intransitive. To become denatured. The Hulk became denatured. Denaturant is a noun. Denaturation. Denaturation is a noun. Yeah. The next word is denazify. Denazify. Yeah. I mean, how do you say it? Denazify. I think that's how you would say it. And yes, this is what you think. It is a transitive verb from 1940 to rid of Nazism and its influence. Let's please denazify everything. I think that's probably not a uncommon thing to think. I don't think that's so far out of left field. That's my opinion. Denazification is a noun. I'm just not a big fan of people who don't like all the people. If you don't like a group of people, you're not real great in my book. The next word. Peek book. It's a prefix dendr or dendro. It means tree, as in dendrology. It also means resembling a tree, as in dendrite. A dendrite is a thing that resembles a tree, and it is tree related because it starts with the dendr prefix, and a tree. Dendrology is probably the study of trees. Fancy that. Oh, let's see. Anything else? It's from the Greek, dris, D-R-Y-S, which means tree. What other tree words are we going to have? Let's find out. Dendriform, adjective from circa 1847. What do you think? It's tree-like in form. It's dendriform. The form is like a tree. What's tree? It's a thing that's got lots of branches and it spreads out, maybe exponentially, for a bit. Bink bonk. Don't like these sound effects. What? Bop bop. Okay, keep it simple. Dendrite. Noun from 1751. 1. A branching tree-like figure produced on or in a mineral by a foreign mineral. Also, the mineral so marked. It's a dendrite. Number 2, a crystallized absorbent form. 3, any of the usually branching protoplasmic processes that conduct impulses toward the body of a neuron. And it says to see the neuron illustration, which we will someday. Don't you worry. Beep, beep. Dendritic is the next word, adjective from 1816, resembling or having dendrites. Also, branching like a tree. It is dendritic. I feel like, what are those things? Not, I guess it's maybe a fungi. It's those weird yellow mushy things. It's not a fungi like a mushroom. It's a different kind. And there's another word that I can't think of, but that tends to spread out in a dendritic fashion. Okay, the next word. It's the last word. It's the last word. Dendritic cell. 2 words. Noun from 1934. Any of various antigen-presenting cells with long, irregular processes. Oh, those processes are irregular. It's a dendritic cell. And again, we have reached the end of the words. We must now read the words again so we can come up with the word of the episode. Denar, denarius, denationalize, denaturalize, denature, denazify, dendriform, dendrite, dendritic, and dendritic cell. I believe we have to pick denazify as the word of the episode. Because, do I really need to explain it? Nah. I don't think the Nazis are listening to this podcast anyway. That's it. That was the end of the... Oh, we didn't do a song. And did I do a song yesterday? I did do a song yesterday. Oh, thank God. Okay. Let's denazify the planet. Let's denazify it good. Yeah, it was a start. All right. This has been lovely chatting with you. I hope you come back tomorrow and listen to the next one. Listen to the next one. I command you. Thank you very much. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.